Gonna stop. Here we go. Delay. No, there's no delay. Just kidding. All right, 4 o'clock. There we go. Hello everybody, and welcome to my live stream. My name is Danny. I am located in Yonkers, New York, USA. And welcome. And Theo's here. Wow, 4 o'clock. I made it on time too. First of all, 4 o'clock on the dot, and Theo is here. What's up, Theo? First here, finally. How are you, buddy? I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm doing good today. And how are you doing? Glad you're here. Matter of fact, you know what? Let me put on there. I'm trying to listen to something on the 800 megahertz. It's on 817.6625. I don't know what it is. Sounds like some digital stuff. I don't know what that is. Scanner. Let me put on my scanner right there. This guy. It's coming in and out. Let me hope. Actually, let me know the squelch. I don't know what that is. So it's 817 megahertz. I'm just listening to some different, because normally about 800, 900 megahertz, I don't get much of anything. Yeah, scanning through, yeah, do you remember back in the day, scanning for cordless phone? I didn't have a scanner back then, but I wish I did. But I know what you're talking about. Like the original cordless phone was 48 megahertz. I remember that. I remember when they were 48 megahertz. Yeah, 46 to 49. Okay. And then I remember the I don't know if I have a phone like that. I think 800 megahertz, 900 megahertz, right? And then of course I remember 2.4 gigahertz. And then I know then they jumped to 900 megahertz. Then I think we had 2.4 gigahertz. I think that was the last cordless phone I owned. You know, and I still have it in one of my bins. 2.4 gigahertz. Of course, I don't have an antenna that my disc cone only goes up to 1.3 gigahertz. Yeah, and then I'm listening to boats and airband. There's nothing else to scan. Oh, okay. Anyway, I'm gonna put it on the airband. But I'm trying to find out what this is. Anyway, I'll look it up. Let me make a note of it. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look that up. I'm making my little notes. All right. So let me take off the hold. Put the squelch up. Let's see what else I can get on this. Let's see what else comes up. Right now with this scanner, I'm scanning 800 through. This one goes higher, but again, I'm still learning this one. Okay, because I know there's some public service. What is it? Yeah, public service. Yeah, so it says on my scan 806 to 956 is public service. But I know we have, according to radio reference, we have police up here too. New NYPD, there's some of them are 800. I'm gonna put it on right now. I'm gonna put the airband. Let me just pick the airband. Actually, let me just put the airband. I'm gonna put air and marine. I'm gonna put both. That's marine. 160.95. It's can. It's just marine. I'm gonna put the airband too, cause sometimes I get police, Yonkers police boat, and I get around that 160. I think it is. No, what it was. I heard it. Let me get that. There you go. You have the ocean there. Well, I'm not. I'm near a river, Hudson River. It's a huge river here. The Hudson River. That comes all the way from Albany, I believe, and it goes all the way down to New York City. Then it goes out to the ocean, the New York Harbor, then the Atlantic. I mean, I'm near New York City, which is that's water over there. But boating, I don't hear all that. I hear what's in the Hudson River.
Direct to Cambridge, Brickyard 4772.
There you go, Theo. I got it hooked up to a sound bar. So that's why you hear the audio sounds very good. I learned that. You put in a sound bar. It sounds really nice. Much better than these little speakers. Yeah.
That's 1037, follow 340.
Audio sounds, it sounds incredible. Cause the sound bar.
That was Southwest 1037, 340.
Southwest there. Yeah, it's a sound bar. It's up here. It's a Polk audio sound bar. Let me show you the sound bar. If you want to look into the sound bar, let me show you the sound bar. Right there. Polk audio sound bar 5500. When we bought it, was about we bought it at Sam's Club. I think it was about $69 when we bought it, but that's a few years ago. Of course, you see the setup, got the CB there. I know you like CBs. And of course, the BC355N. And then, of course, the other one, the BCT15X. And I got them all hooked up to the three-way switch, to my discone. So that's the VHF, UHF setup.
3532 for Brickyard 4772.
Yeah, I see audio sounds much. I heard it. I was playing with it the other day. So now I don't even use these. I don't use them because I like the sound bar. It's so much better. I just like talking skip, not into rag chewing. Okay, yeah. That's cool. Yeah, I was trying to talk the other day. Because it was, I went out, I said talking. They heard me. Somebody heard me. They were in with the discount, this and the discount. They were I forgot what it was.
Southern Southwest 2898 280.
I think it was Georgia, Alabama. And they heard me. With the CB. Danny 914. So I was trying to get a radio check, and they were like, yeah, we hear you, Danny 914. You coming in. But I wasn't coming in that good. I was coming in like, you coming in about I think it was a 1 or 3, something like that. And I thought, oh, they heard me. Okay. And I had it hooked up to the disco. That's it. That's what I have it hooked up to the disco. But I'm going to hook this one up dedicated to the 102-inch CB whip. When I sort out this stuff up there, I'm going to put I'm going to use the dedicated whip for this one. Yeah, I know. Puerto Rico, there's a lot of let me read the other one. Theo, I'm only on 40 meter and CB. Okay. What's up with Puerto Rico? They love their CB radio amplifier. I talked to so many there from there. Oh yeah. Yeah, man, Puerto Rico, it's very popular. I can imagine now because it's probably because of emergencies too. They get hurricanes. So yeah, but it's always popular. I seen many videos on Puerto Rican CB radio.
2717 Delta 1320.
So Delta. So most of them are LaGuardia. Most of them are LaGuardia. LaGuardia approach and approach landing and of course departure. Yeah, a lot of Puerto Rican CBs. It's very popular. Yes, I was because it was. I have a QS. What's a QS? Yeah. I want to scan, but I'm. Question. Let me lower it for a second. Let me just put it right. Question. They work better outside though. You can have it inside. You can have a loop inside the house, like if you have an attic. But they work better outside, obviously. Like with any other antenna, outside is better because of noise. And yeah, but you have the space. A loop doesn't take up that much space. Oh, that one. This one. This is an AM. I made this one a long time ago. And that one, that's an FM radio. That's a horizontal loop, not a vertical. It goes this way. Horizontal. That's for FM. You want to loop for what? Shortwave? MLA 30. Get the MLA 30. And it don't take up no space. You can put it right outside the house. You can put on a broomstick. Put on a broomstick. Put on a PVC. Just make sure it's not metal. You cannot put it on a metal pole. Don't put it on a metal pole. It has to be a non-conductive pole. It's not difficult. I just hear so many using. Yeah, I know. I was the same way. When I got back into the hobby, I wasn't sure about loops. I was like, okay, can that little loop actually pick up all that shortwave stick? It does, but it's a compromise. You're gonna get a lower signal. You're gonna get lower noise floor, but the signal's gonna be a little lower. But you're gonna be able to hear it. It's gonna sound much clearer. That's a compromise. Now, when you have a long wire, you could get a lot more gain on the signal, but you also might get more noise. So yeah, I will get the MLA 30 and start with that. It's $40, about $40. It's easier to set up, very simple to set up. Don't even modify it. Don't do what I did. I modified because I was having fun with it. Experiment. MLA 30. MLA 30 plus. MLA 30 plus. Magnetic loop. I think it stands for magnetic mega loop active, whatever, or something like that. And MLA 30. Well, now they're selling the MLA 30 plus. Yeah, Emily. No, not Emily. MLA 30. Yeah, I will get that one. You can buy it on eBay, Amazon. I'll put the Amazon link. Direct link. Let me go to Amazon. Let me go to this window over here. I'll put the Amazon link. Amazon. Of course, they may come from China, so you're gonna have to wait maybe a couple of weeks. MLA 30 plus loop antenna. Let me see. I want to get one with a lot of 40. Let's see which one. Yeah. Anyway, I'll get this one. I'll put this $48 on Amazon, but you could get it for a little less, MLA 30 plus. Let me copy the link. I'll put it right here. Paste. So that's the Amazon link. You can get it on eBay. You can get it on I will get it from Amazon or eBay. One of the it's gonna run about 40. Right now, this one says $48. You can get as low as 30 something, but then you're gonna pay tax on it and all that. So I don't know. About $50. And yeah, I will get that. You don't need to modify it like other people do, like I did with others. You don't need to modify it. You need a mine's powers up with a USB. You need a USB. Plug it in to power up the loop. You need the USB. Plug it into USB. Like either plug it into the computer or plug it into. I plug mine into one of these. Plug it into this. To power up because it needs 5 volts. Because it has an amplifier. It has a preamp. Because that's what makes the loop. If you use the loop without the amplifier, like the U loop, you can still get signals, but they're gonna be a lot lower. That's a passive loop. This is an amplified loop. So you need at least 5 volts to power up the amplifier. So yeah, you need the USB. For the MLA 30, you need it. Same thing with the MFJ. That one has one of these. The MFJ has this one. This is what I use for the MFJ. I plug this in, and this powers the amplifier for the MFJ. As you see the loop, and it has a little box in the middle, right? That's the preamp. So you need it. With the MFJ, you need it. Otherwise, you won't hear anything. With the MFJ, you need this. But the MLA, no, the MFJ is still better, but it's a lot more money. It's almost $400 now. The MLA 30, and since you're getting into the loop thing, I would just get the MLA 30. I'll leave it out. You can still hear me anyway. Get the MLA 30 first, and then see how you like the loop antenna. If later on you want to get a more, a better antenna like a Wellbrook or MFJ or W6 LVP, you want to pay $400 or $500, then you can do that. But I would try the MLA 30 first deal before you spend this type of money. I bought this a long time ago before the MLA 30 came out. And I was saying it the other day. Yeah, I was saying it the other day. Had the MLA 30 would have came out, I would have never bought this one back then, because I would have been happy with the MLA 30. So it depends on what you want to get out of your antenna. The MLA 30, I use it all the time. The MFJ, I don't use it that often because it's on the roof and I have it hooked up to the boiler. But the MLA 30, I use them all the time. I use them every day. I use it every day. MLA 30. I use it for medium wave broadcast. I hear long wave on it. Not a lot, just a little, but shortwave. And that's it. It only goes up to 30 megahertz. He's only 30 megahertz. That's it. And then, of course, you already have a disc-cone for your airband and all that. I know you have a disc-cone. I think you have a disc-cone. But for shortwave, yeah, this one on medium wave, I listen to a lot of stations at night. You know, it's good. It's a good antenna. It's a good antenna for medium wave too. So the loops listen, yeah. So this loop is, and my MFJ, they both are good on medium wave. And long wave, the MFJ is a little better on long wave, but you know, but short wave and medium wave, MLA 30. And if you're gonna start with it, that's what I would recommend. You don't have to.
280,
You don't have to modify it or anything. Yeah, that's what I'm here for, bro. Let me lower this down a little bit. Let me lower down this a little bit. If I lower it to all the way to, if I lower it all the way to, yeah, the directional. I'll show you. We'll use this as an example. This is the direction, right? This way and this way. Two directions. This way, no signal. This is the null. So if you want to block out, you use this to block it out. This is where the direction is coming in. So I'm pointing right at the camera. The signal's coming in this way and behind it. Okay? So, okay, so signal, no signal. No signal here. Okay? That's the loop. It's gonna be yeah, you could get random signals. You could get something coming from the side. You know, I mean, it's not 100% directional. You're all gonna get some, like I was explaining about WWVB, 60 kilohertz. I have my loop pointing north to south, because if I point it east to west, I get a lot of noise. A lot of noise comes in here from across the street. It comes in. So I do it this way because I don't want the noise. I don't want that noise from across the street to come to my loop. So I null out I null out a lot of the noise, but I still get a signal. The signal will still make it through, but not the noise as much. I don't know if that makes sense. And I'll get like a part of the signal because it's not when it's directional. There's still a pattern. There's a pattern that is still, you know. But generally this is the loop direction you want to receive. So right now, if I point it this way, is west to east. Now don't think about it, because when I first got my loop, I was like same way. I didn't know nothing about loops. But you're only gonna learn by experience. You know, I learned from experience. You know, when I first bought my loop, I think I had a loop antenna before. Let me lower a little bit. When I got my first loop, I think it was before Jills had his first loop. I bought the MFJ, and then he bought the W6 LVP. And loops are very, you know, it's a different type of antenna, but the same thing. It's just you get a different result. So yeah, don't let it intimidate you. You know, I get the MLA 30. There's a lot of Facebook groups on the MLA 30. There's quite a few, and there's one on loop antennas in general. There's a couple of them. It's just a different type of antenna. It's just a different type of antenna, because when using like long wire, it's what they call electromagnetic. Yeah, they have for VHF, UHF. This is a FM band. This is a horizontal loop. So this one, when I mount it, has to be this way, not this way. Has to be horizontal, like this, on a pole. Okay. Let me take that one down. I'll show you. So this is for FM radio. So this one you mount it. Let me show you the mount. Let me show you the mount for that. Yeah, they have for VHF, UHF, except they're smaller. You know, you see the diameter of this one is smaller. This is really a dipole. They bend it into a loop. So you mount it on the roof like this. This is how you mount it. So this is for VHF. Okay. FM band. You could probably pick up airband with this, but I haven't tried it. FM radio. This is made for FM radio. They have loops for 6 meter. I know there's a guy that sells them on I seen them on Facebook. They have some for, but there's a vertical loop. This is horizontal. This one is horizontal. This one is omnidirectional. That means any direction. Any direction it comes coming through. But you can get directional. There's another loop that goes up to the air. No, it goes up to but I can't recommend that loop because I never used it. And Jules bought that loop and he couldn't recommend it either because it was too much. He had issues with it. And you live in you live in Toronto, right? Major city. So I don't know if that antenna is going to be good for that. So, so this is for FM, right? And this one is for medium wave. This is for indoor, and I built this one. This one I built this one, but MLA 30. I would just get the MLA 30 because that's another thing. Once you get like what happened to me, once I bought the MFJ, and the thing about loops too is like you don't have to put them real high up on the roof. For shortwave, you can just put it on the backyard. You can put it low on the backyard. You don't need to have it up on the roof or on a tower. You don't need to do that. Theo, you don't need to put it on a. Yeah, they have adapters. You gotta get an adapter because the MLA 30 is the MLA 30 adapter is this one, the SMA. So you need an SMA to 3.5 millimeter adapter. They sell those. You can buy those anywhere. I have one here. You plug it into adapter. SMA female to 3.5 millimeter male, and that goes into your radio. Matter of fact, let me go on Amazon look for the adapter. I'll put the link for the adapter too. For the PL660, that's gonna be. Let me actually, you know what? Let me not open too many windows. I'll just search it here. So it's gonna be SMA female to 3.5 millimeter. Okay, here we go. All right, it's this one. Trying to find a good one. Okay, this one is good. This one looks good. This is the one I have. So let me put the link for that. And then in the when I finish the stream, I'm gonna put all those links in the description. So that way you see them in the description at the end of so that way they don't disappear in the chat. I'll put in the description at the end of the stream. So this is the adapter. Deal. That's the adapter you need. It's $8.99. Okay. So it is a SMA female to All right. Theo, what's the trigger point or what got you into radio? Just curious. For me, I was a kid, I played with the patrolman and got hooked into listening weird noise. And same thing, you know. My oldest brother. Um, mm, Let me read Brian's first, and then I'll go back to yours. Brian Jackson, hello, Danny. This is Ryan from Mount Vernon again. Are you coming in last? Are you coming in last time? He was talking about digital TV signals, but I wanted to know: do you prefer analog or digital? I love the show. Um, I never did much TV DXing, but I can appreciate analog more now because I wish they would have kept both. But I understand why they're doing it. But I mean, digital, you are getting a better picture because HD. Remember, right? That's what now you're gonna get. Now there's 4K. They're starting to come out. I think 4K now. I don't know of any. I don't. But the main reason to digital was to get more. Because digital compression, more digital, more sub channels. So it's a good thing. The digital thing is a good thing. However, I wish they would have gave them the choice to if they want to keep broadcasting analog, fine. But I mean, Brian, I like them both because there's advantages to digital, like I just said, because of the HD, digital compression. You could and more channels. We're getting a lot more channels now than we ever before. Remember back in the analog days, you was lucky if you got maybe 10 channels total or something like that. Now we're getting a lot more channels. It's like cable now. I got 80, no, 78 channels. I did a TV scan the other day. I got 78 channels. And a lot of them, but if I had a better antenna, I could probably go over 80 channels. So the digital channel, I know that for TV DXing is not what they like. It's not the best. But in terms of digital, you get more channels now. Now you're getting a lot more channels. It's much better looking channels now. Either you because with digital, either you get it or you don't get it. That's it. It's, signal. You need a certain percentage of signal for you to keep having the picture is good. Otherwise, you get nothing. DJ Motor Virus. Hi, Danny. Greetings for saying and hello and welcome to the chat. All right, Theo. So let me go back to your question. The trigger point was, like I said, my brother when I was a kid. Let me turn this off for now. I'll come back to it. I was probably maybe wow, I think I was around 8 years old, maybe something like that. He had a radio. It was like the patrolman. He had a multi-band radio. Let me see if I have. I put it up there. I think I put it back up there. Ooh, it was a multi-band radio. No, I got it right here. My oldest brother had a radio like this one, but not this one. It was a different one. It was like this one, right? A multi-band radio like this. Oh, door closed on me. Let me hold it like this. Yeah, so yeah, something like this when I was a kid. And it had like the police. It had like the police band. It had the aircraft. Yeah, it is a beautiful radio. Thank you. It had the police band, like PB, police band. And it could even have the little pictures. Like you can see like, like the icon. See, this one says it. If you look at it real good, let me see. Look at it real good. It says it, right? See how this one says weather, aircraft, AM says sports, marine band, ham. You see? So I would look at that. I was like, man, I want to listen to all these things. This looks so exciting, right? It was like exciting. Okay, open up a new world. I was like, man, I want to hear the police. Because that's the first thing everybody want to hear is the police. But I also like the air. I said, oh, aircraft. Who can I listen to? I can listen to people, planes flying. That's how I got hooked on radio. Yeah, it's pretty heavy too. It's pretty heavy, this radio. And it has two antennas. It has two antennas right here, two whip antennas. So this is the Longines Symphony from the 70s. Yeah, it still works. I made a couple of videos on it a long time ago, but I'm gonna start making more videos with these radios again. I'm gonna tune the bands on them. No, it still works. When I bought that radio, I bought this one and this one. This one. Helicopter, and this radio for $250. They all three of them work. So my brother had a radio like that, but it was a brand called, why am I here? Okay. It was a brand called Sound Design. I don't know if you ever heard of that brand, Sound Design. And so that's how I got into radio. And notice that this one has shortwave, but let me see how many shortwave. Yeah, it has two shortwave bands. The yellow, right? Yellow. The marine band is also shortwave. Right? Marine, that's shortwave. So it's really three shortwave radio. But back then, they would call that marine band. 15 megahertz. No. Yeah. 15. No. Excuse me. 1.5, 1.5. Yeah, okay. So anyway, so that's how I got into I saw that radio. I wanted to use that radio. And of course, he didn't let me use it. Yeah, I know. So I would sneak sometime and try to, and he would not use all that. He would just listen to AM radio. And I would tell him, "Can you put on the aircraft so I can hear something? Let me hear something." And then my other brother bought a boombox, a JVC boombox, 1977, and that one had shortwave, and he let me use that one. And that's when I heard it. I got into shortwave. But the multi-band radio was what I got into radio because I saw the police, the aircraft, the weather band. Like, what's weather? What's this weather stuff? And you hear all these things, and I'm like, wow, it was like exciting to hear all these things. So yeah, DJ Modavirus. I'm sorry, I'm trying to pronounce it, but it's just reading it. I don't know my pronunciation. I don't know. Sometimes it goes out of. That radio is almost a boombox. Yeah, it is. And yet it does work. Hey, what's up, Bobby? I need to get used to your schedule. What's up, Danny? And what's up, Bobby? And thank you for stopping by. Yeah, yeah, Tuesdays and Thursdays, 4 p.m. Eastern. That's my schedule for now on, for the immediate future right now. And we'll see. And then around, I think another month or so, or about a month, I may. I don't want to talk about that now. Anyway, about that. Theo, I remember I like listening to the pagers when I was a teenager, hearing people's messages. Oh, okay. I never got to do that. That's one thing I never got. Because I never owned a scanner until this one. I never owned a scanner. This was my first scanner. And this was 6 years ago. So that's another thing I never got into. I wish I would have owned a scanner back then. Okay, just call me DJ Mota. All right, that's better. All right, DJ Mota. There you go. Thank you. Much better. DJ Mota. Mota. Yeah, so yeah, this was my first scanner, so You know, as a kid, like I said, it was when I saw my brother's radio, I was like, that's how I got fascinated with radio. Because when I saw that radio with all those bands, I'm like, you could listen to the Police, you could listen to, um, the weather, and that was cool. And then my brother's JVC boombox got me into shortwave. And then my mother bought me a little radio like this. Not this one, but it was a green one. She bought when I was only like 10. And I wanted a radio. I said, Ma, I want a radio. And she don't know nothing about radio. Because I wanted a shortwave radio. Of course, she couldn't afford, she had the money for it. So she bought me one of these radios. And I was living in Puerto Rico. Yeah, it is a little classic transistor AM radio. So I was living in Puerto Rico for 2 years. I hated it because I didn't speak Spanish. So with this radio, there's Puerto Rico. There was one radio station that was in English. I forgot what frequency it was. This is a long time ago. This when I was like 10 years old. I don't remember the exact frequency. I would listen to that one, but I also would at night. At night, I would hear other stations, like some in Florida, some in the Virgin Islands, and that's how I got into medium wave or AM DXing. Because I would stay up at night, especially when I went to school late during the day. Because I had an afternoon schedule for school in Puerto Rico, and I was listening to a lot of English stations, English speaking stations. So I would hear some from Florida, a couple of them from Florida, I think, and then the Virgin Islands. There was a couple of them there, and the station in San Juan. There was one that would talk English, because that's the other thing. When I wanted to watch the sports, everything TV is in Spanish in Puerto Rico, but you could put it on a station. They tell you in the program. They say, now for those that want to hear it in English, put it on this station. So I will put it on that station to hear the English announcers, because my Spanish wasn't that good as a kid. And so AM medium wave DXing was like my escape, because I missed it. I missed New York when I went to Puerto Rico, because it's different. It's more laid back. It's hot. I missed the snow, you know. So as a kid, and my friends, I miss my friends in New York. When I went to Puerto Rico, eventually I fit in, but at first it was a little hard. Like any other kid, any other kid, when you move to a new neighborhood, you don't have any friends. So my radio was my friend, kept me busy. My radio and a couple of other hobbies, building models, building rockets. But my radio was my escape. So, DJ Mota, what frequency is used in the USA for weather? It's about 162 megahertz VHF. I'll put it on right here. Actually, let me fire up the CB. I have weather band on the CB too. Let me just switch the antenna.
Botanical Gardens was not available. Elsewhere in the metropolitan area, it was fair. And
so 162. It's like it starts about 162.4 megahertz. I think up to 162.5. Forgot what it was. Something 500, 575 or something like that. So 162 megahertz range.
Temperatures were between 63 and 67 degrees. Here are the latest reports on the coastal waters. At Robbins Reef in New York Harbor, winds were north at 16 knots, gusting to 23 knots.
So that's weather band. That's channel 1 on the weather band.
At New York Harbor entrance buoy, winds were north.
So we have 7 channels normally, but I normally pick up 3 out of the 7. Now every region is different. Like in New York, I have New York City one. There's one in, so wherever you go in the country, some of them, some people get all 7 stations. Weather band, I don't get that. I get sometimes. I'm lucky if I get 4. So channel 2, see, is breaking up. Channel 3.
Water activation is not expected at this time.
Channel 3, I get weather.
After a breezy afternoon with fall-like conditions, expect a
Channel 4, I don't get anything. No, it's no static, but it's no. Channel 5.
No, the weather conditions were not available.
Channel 6, I get.
In New York at 4 p.m. At Newburgh, it was sunny with a temperature.
And then channel 7. So channel 7 is 1.62525. That's the and then it goes back to
North wind at 7 knots was reported. The air temperature was 63 degrees. The report from Central Sound was not available.
There are some religious broadcasts from USA I usually receive. Shortwave, of course, shortwave. Shortwave. Theo, how many antennas do you have on your roof? Right now, I have my MFJ loop. Is on the chimney. And I have the disc cone in the front. And then I have, let's see, 1, 2, I got to count. I have 4 TV antennas in the front. And they all pointing in different directions with a combiner. But I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to get one Yagi directional antenna to replace all 4 of those. Because I bought some over the years. I bought this one, and I had one from when I lived over there. So I have 4 TV antennas. But they're not directional. They're all omnidirectional, and they just I didn't know much about, plus I didn't want to spend the money for now. I guess I'm watching Antenna Man, Tyler. So I'm gonna probably buy the Televis. The Televis is a Yagi style. It's about $150 the one I'm looking at. I'll probably just buy that one and replace all of these. And just have that one antenna pointing into New York City. And that one has an amplifier built in. Yeah, it has an amplifier built in. So I'll get that one to replace it. So right now I have the disc cone for this and the loop MFJ for shortwave and medium wave. All my other loops are outside in the backyard. I have 4 loops in the backyard. 2 of them are connected. And 2 of them are not connected right now. And I'm going to fix that. But I'm going to throw a wire up there in about a couple of days. That's going to be for my ham radio stuff. I need to set up a end fed for that. For the ham radio stuff, I'm going to put this. Let me bring it down. We're knocking everything over. For the ham stuff, I'm going to use this one. I'm going to hook this one up to a tree. And then the U-loop got damaged. So that one is gone. The U-loop is no longer. So let me put that over here. DJ Mota, yes, shortwave band. What's the name of the person who counts? Your Brother Stare. Gotta be Brother Stare. Overcomer Ministry. I can't even pronounce that. Overcomer Ministry. Okay. Yeah, Brother Stare. Yeah, the crazy guy. Crazy. Yeah, Brother Stare. Brother Stare.
Northeast winds 10 to 15 knots. Seas 3 to 5 feet. The marine force.
I know in Europe you don't have weather band, right?
For tonight.
So I know in Europe there's no weather band. I know because my radio DX told me he puts that out. He said he wishes he had weather. They have weather stations in Europe. Yeah, over here we have no, and Canada too has weather band. Over here is NOAA, right? Brother Stare, yeah. Brother, not Brother Star, Brother Stare. Stare. Well, he's a star in his own right, I guess. He passed away. He's no longer here, but they still broadcast his stuff. Brother Stare. Anyway, mhm, mhm. Yeah, Stare. There you go. Stare. Like stairs. Yes, I know. Meredith DX mentioned that he wishes he had the weather panel because we don't have, like, you guys have DAB, right? Digital audio broadcast, whatever it's called. We don't have that. We don't have DAB. We don't have that. You guys have DAB in Europe. You have DAB. You guys also have long wave broadcasts. We don't have that. We don't have long wave broadcasts. In Spanish, is predicador. Okay, predicador. Yeah. No, and he's also on. He not only on shortwave, he's on medium wave. Brother says everywhere. He's on medium wave. He's on FM. I heard him on FM. I was on a train coming back from Florida on the Amtrak. I heard him on FM around Georgia. I was listening to my phone with the FM tuner, and I heard Brother Stare. It was a religious station, FM religious station in Georgia somewhere. I forgot. And I heard, I was like, oh my God, he's on FM too. And he's also on satellite. He's on satellite too, on satellite. So, I don't have satellite over the air. I mean, free to air stuff. I don't have a satellite set up for that. But he's also on satellite. So he's everywhere. He's on satellite, AM, FM, shortwave. And man is everywhere. Even though he passed away, he's still on the air. Because they paid for another year or so. Are you transmitting the stream on another platform? No, just YouTube. I thought about it, but right now, just YouTube. I have a TikTok channel, but I streamed there. I streamed there a couple of times, and I didn't like it. It's first of all, I only can stream on my phone on TikTok. And on TikTok, you need 1,000 followers just to do the phone live stream. You need 10,000 followers to stream on a computer. So right now I have 1,600 or something on TikTok. I only stream through my phone, but I don't get nobody there right now. Besides my channel's YouTube. I have a Twitch account, but I don't want to stream there. Nobody who's gonna watch me on Twitch. So if I ever stream, it's gonna probably be Facebook. This and Facebook. Because I have on my Facebook like page, I have 860 followers. I have about 820. But no, YouTube. YouTube is the easiest way. Like, everybody has a Google account. Everybody has a YouTube account. Right? So I think YouTube is the way to go. I know some people some people do that. They Twitch. They stream on different platform. I don't do that because I have a Twitch account. I just don't, YouTube, to me, YouTube is I know some people don't like that, but YouTube is the most popular video stream, even because I use TikTok and, I still like YouTube better. If you want to learn stuff, I stay on YouTube. If you want to watch cat videos and doggy videos and women shaking that, then TikTok. But that's on TikTok. TikTok is not right now, and I don't, it's only um, they're not there yet. I'm sorry, they're not there yet because I streamed on TikTok, and it's a different type of you know. So if you're thinking about like making a channel, I would still use YouTube. I wouldn't go to. I wouldn't waste my time with that now. I wouldn't. I would build a YouTube one first, and then I wouldn't go to because I have TikTok and I don't. I'm not impressed by it. It's too much. How should I say? Unfortunately, it's too much, and you can't avoid it. You can't like see with YouTube. If you get recommended certain things you don't like, you can just say, "Please do not recommend this. I'm not interested in this channel." That's it. It kind of YouTube kind of blocks it. But with TikTok, you can't do that. Sometimes I'm scrolling and you see stupid stuff and you can't avoid it. You have to keep scrolling. There's not a way to like. I think there is a way, but I don't know. DJ Mota, I usually use the SH Data D808 to listen to the radio. What about it? What are your thoughts? I like the SH Data. I use it all the time. That's my portable radio when I go outside. That one and the RaddyWow R108, the SH Data, or the CC Pocket Radio. Oh no, it's in the other room. Or my Sony. My Sony, my ICF 2002 for shortwave, medium wave. But SH Data, I love that radio. It's one of my favorite radios. I use it all when I'm outside. That's the one I use the most. Or even when I'm in the boiler room, I'll take that one over there. So yeah, that's a good radio. I had that radio now for what? 4 years. 4 years, right? 4 years. Yeah. Yeah, so I love that radio. It's a great radio. I like it. You know? Yeah. And let me see what's on for a second and switch it. Switch it back to 1. Okay. I gotta press the speak. The speaker turns off. DJ Mota, the ICF 2002 is older than the other. Yeah, it is older. It's a lot. It's whatever. I think early 2000. I forgot when I bought this one on eBay. eBay was almost 5 years ago. I bought it, but yeah, it's older. It's older than the other radios. The SH Data. Let me see when it was made. You know what? I could look that up. Sony. You know what? I want to know anyway. Ooh. Yeah. Manufacturer. 1983. 83. So these were made from 1983 to 1986. So they're from the 80s. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I didn't know what I thought it was in the 90s, but yeah, 80s, yeah. So 83 through 86. Good. Yeah, man. I looked it up. Okay, let me. 129.
All right, climb the flight level 340 and request that for the final.
132. Okay. Yeah, so it's up from the. Yeah, so it's from the 80s. 83 through, this one says 83 to 86, or 83 to 87.
217, good night, thank you, United 12.
Okay, 83 to 87. And all right, so I've been out for an hour. Okay. DJ Multi, I realize that you are using a switcher to change between antennas or receivers. Is it DIY or you bought? No, I bought this one. About $30. Is it 3? I'll just show you. I bought mine, I think, from, it's this one right here. So it's 3. I have 3 radios. Sharing one antenna. Okay, or you could switch it around. You could put 3 antennas in one, but I did it backwards. I mean, you could do it backwards too, but I did it this way. And it was about $30. 30. I think it was $39. I bought it from eBay. I'm sure I'm gonna buy another one. I need to buy another one because that's for my disco. I'm gonna buy another one for my loop. I want to share my MFJ with the shortwave radios. So I need to buy another one. So I was looking for it last night. The one I'm looking for is this one. I think the one I'm gonna buy is this one. Let me go on Amazon, and you know what? Let me just close that. It's a, let's see, antenna switcher. Antenna switcher. Antenna switch PL259. That's the most popular ones. So what I was gonna buy is this one. Where is it at? I saw it down here. Was that here? Yeah, I gotta look again because I think that one is wow, that one is, they have a 2. Yeah, I'm not paying that much for it. This one is $54. Okay. Anyway, I have to look around. Anyway, I'll put the link for this one. I'll put the Amazon link for this one if you want to look at that one. Because I'm looking to buy one that's 3 to 1 switch. So this one is $54.50 US. I'm looking into something like this. So yeah, 3 to 1. That's what I'm looking at. But I think I saw one on eBay that was less. It was like this one, but I think it was $39.95. Because I'm not gonna transmit on it, so I don't care about the how much power. I'm not gonna. It's only to receive. So I'm probably gonna get a second one for my loop antenna. You know what? Let me just turn this off. Yeah. All right. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check out my son. I'll be right back. All right, there you go. All right, my son is happy now. He's happy. He kind of came over here because I told him I was going to give him chocolate ice cream in about an hour after he eats his snack. So I had to serve him a bowl of chocolate ice cream. Yeah, so I would get something like this, or the one I showed you. Yeah, because same thing. I'm only going to use it to receive. So on eBay, I think I saw a couple of them for like $39.99, $40. This one is $54 here on. But I would look around. Let me see. Why does this say 43? Oh, 50, it's 54. Okay, this one is 54. But I always check all the time. I would pay about $40, $50 for, because you don't want to get a real cheap one either. This one I had it for a while. I had it for I had it for about 3 years now. No, yeah, 3 years, and it works good. Don't have no issue with it. You know, so I'm gonna get a second one for my MFJ loop, so I could use it on these antennas. I want to have 1, 2, and then the SDR. My 2 tabletops and the SDR. I want to share that MFJ. Yeah. All right, so I got 5 people watching. I'm on for 1 hour and 7 minutes so far. And before I came on today, I rebooted my internet. I said, I went upstairs. First thing I did before I came on, I rebooted my router, my cable modem, and rebooted this computer. And so far, so good with the stream. Unlike the other day that my first attempt was crashed on me, the internet, but I thought Keegan was gonna be on. I want to ask Keegan a question. Yeah. And if you shop around, you can find probably a better deal. Because that's on the high end, $54. I wouldn't pay no more than 50 something dollars for a switch like this. A manual switch. That's a good price. That's a good price, 54. I know MFJ makes them, but they're like ridiculously priced sometimes, like $70. And I don't want to go that high with that. I think 50. Let me let me look on eBay. Let me go look on eBay. I go look on eBay. You know what? Because I'm looking for one too. And I don't want to pay a ridiculous amount. Okay. Also, I got a seller offer for my Yaesu stand. Okay. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Okay, so let me look at the antenna switch. Antenna switch. Ham radio antenna. Let me just put ham radio antenna switch. Let me see what I can. I don't want bids. Let me see. Yeah, this guy's selling one for that, but that's a good one. The Alpha Delta. Alpha Delta is a good one, but I don't need that one. That one is $95. I don't want to spend that much. But I may look into one of those because that thing has a surge protector. Those are real good ones too. I just want to get a simple 3-in-1. Simple 3-in-1. I'm scrolling down to see if I see anything. I saw one. This one is $44.95. It's a company called Paradynamics. And they have one that's pre-owned for $25. Paradynamics. It's on eBay though. This is eBay I'm looking at now. Another Paradigm. I have to look them up to see if they're good because there's some. Now these are, but these are used. See, I don't know if I want to buy a used one. I really want to buy a new one. I don't want to buy a used one. Yeah, pre-owned. $44 for pre-owned, $10 shipping. For that, I buy the new one. I don't want to buy a used one. Because the problem with it is that as you use it over and over, the wear and tear, right? It's gonna, you know. So yeah. So I would just shop around. And because I would love to have that one. There's one that has 4 in 1, 4 sharing 1. It's an Alpha Delta. The brand is called Alpha Delta. Those are very good because those are the best. That's like one of the best, but it's $129. But I don't want to buy that one. I'm not in the budget for that right now. I don't want to spend that much on a Switch. You know. So yeah, so I will look into that. Because I really don't want to buy pre-owned Switch. I don't know. I don't think I want to get a pre-owned. I don't know what she's doing. Give me a second. My wife just gave me a message. Sorry. All right. Here you go. She's asking for my opinion about some Halloween decorations she's doing. All right. Anyway, let me talk about this movie that I saw because I was watching it the other day on my Fire Stick. It's kind of it's one of those survival thriller. But I'm going to use this as an example of why you should always have an emergency radio. So the movie's called Fall. It just came out this year, 2022. It's a movie called Fall. It's about some climbers. It's these two women. They the way the movie starts out is that they're climbing. They're rock climbing. They're rock climbing, right? It's the two women and the guy, one of the women's boyfriend. So they're climbing up this cliff. It's like a tall mountain. It's like a big cliff. So, spoiler alert. I'm sorry. I don't care. I don't know you guys. You want to check out the movie? Hey, look it up. Fall. The movie's called Fall. It just came out this year, 2022. And the reason why I bring up this movie because it has to do with a radio tower. So anyway, in the beginning, I don't want to spoiler alert, but the guy falls off the mountain, falls off the cliff. Of course, he's gone. So it's the two women now. One of them is grieving. One of them is grieving the loss of her husband. Oh, it was not the boyfriend, it was the husband. They were married, actually. So the friend decides, because she's depressed over the loss of, let's go climb this radio tower. It's a radio tower. It's an old abandoned radio tower. Right? It's supposedly the tallest radio tower in North America at the time. It was 2,000 feet. I don't know if this was fictional or I don't know if it was real or not. I looked it up. I couldn't get much on it. Radio tower movie for radio tower. Let me see what the based on that. Is the radio tower in for real? So it's actually the TV tower. TV. It's a tower. Yeah, it's a radio tower, and it's from KXTV and KOVR radio tower. It was known as the Sacramento Joint Venture Tower, and it was guide wired communication tower in Walnut Grove, California. So this tower actually exists. It's an abandoned tower. I believe it's an abandoned tower. No. Anyway, so it is a real tower. It's a real abandoned tower. Of course, they call it the B67 tower. So these two women, they climbed the tower. They want to make one of the women, of course, the one that's the blonde one. She's actually a YouTuber. Well, you know, in the movie, she's a YouTuber. So she's, you know, of course, she's filming it and saying, "Oh, we're gonna climb with these two crazy daredevil women. We're gonna climb up this old radio tower." So they climb up the tower. Of course, what do they bring with them to climb the tower? They bring a drone, a flying drone, a GPS drone, and they also have their phones. Each of them have a phone. Woo! You know, they have a phone. You know, I think you know what I'm getting at. They climb up this 2,000-foot tower, right? 2,000 feet. And they climb up the tower. And then, of course, they're both experienced rock climbers. So they, you know, they every time, every 50 feet they climb up, they anchor their. I don't know nothing about climbing, so correct me if I'm. Anyway, they have the rope thingy with the what they call that thing? This thing. Oh my god! See, my lingo's all over the place. These things. What are these things called? These I forgot what they call them. I'm telling you, my brain is like. Anyway, so it's like something like this. They clink, climb up another 50 feet, clink. You know, because it's 2,000 feet. This tower. It's an old radio tower, 2,000 feet. 2,000 feet. Okay, so the radio tower, the most of the radio tower, I think 1,000 feet of the radio, 1,000 feet, 1,800 feet of the radio tower is inside a cage. Right? It's like a triangular shaped cage, and it has a ladder inside, and they're climbing up like that. Then they get to a part where it is outside the cage. It's just a pole with the ladder only, and they're out in the open now. There's no cage, and that takes them to the top. There's a platform on the top at the 2,000-foot level, and then there's a small pole with a light because they balance. I don't think it's called that. It's called something else. No, I'm talking about the clip. The clip. Not the balance, the clip. This thing. For, you know, when people climb this thing, this clip. What is this thing called? I forgot what is this they call. There's a name for this clip. The clip. Anyway. Not the balance, the clip. So anyway, they're climbing up the tower. So now, you know, now they're outside of the tower. Outside of the cage. So they're climbing up the last 200 feet. And there's two big satellite dishes, I guess. What I don't know what I guess they're TV transmitting dishes. They have to work their way around that climb up. Anyway, it's a ladder that goes from the outside part that's 200 feet. They're climbing up the ladder. But of course, this is a thriller. This is it's an old radio tower, so it's rusty, right? It's rusty. And you can see when they're climbing up, the bolts, it has bolts. They're rusty. Some of them start coming off apart. A couple of bolts fall here and there. They don't know it. They're climbing up this, these two women climbing up the radio tower. You know, woo! You know, we're Daredevil. Woo! Jim's Radio Check. I agree with you, Danny, about using a scanner for airband instead of listening to shortwave radio. Yeah, it's fun. I listen to a little bit. I listen to a little bit of everything. So they made it all the way to the top. They made it all the way to the top of this tower. This old abandoned radio tower. Now, of course, when they were climbing up, the ladder got loose, and of course, the blonde one, the more that's the one that was the more devil one. As they were climbing, she was shaking the ladder to scare the other one. She went, she shook the ladder. So when she shook the ladder, the bolt, because the tower is so old and rusty, the bolt came out of the a couple of bolts got loose, and one bolt fell off the ladder's bolted into the tower. So they go up to the top and they celebrate. Yeah, look at it. They're making videos. They're flying their drone around. They made it at the top, 2,000-foot abandoned radio tower. They made it to the top. Again, they have their phone. You thinking what's missing here? Take a guess. What's missing when you do these crazy things? You're hiking. You're mountain climbing. You're take a guess. I want somebody to post it what I'm getting to. So they're on the top of the 2,000-foot tower in the middle of a desert area. Somewhere in California, it's a desert. It's desert. You can see nothing around. It's a small town, a few miles away. It's a small town. Notice something. Their service doesn't work up there. Right? Their cell phone service doesn't work, people. Even though there's a fictional movie. Again, people, this is why I make this channel. Gotta make awareness of this stuff. Even though it's a movie. So anyway, they're up there, they're celebrating. So one of them, that thing is called a mosqueton. And I'm going to look it up. I think it's some kind of clip. I forgot the name of the clip. Anyway, somebody will tell me. Anyways, anyway, we know it's a clip. It's like when they rock climbing, they clip on, they put an anchor, and they usually use this clip. It's for a safety harness or safety rope or something. Anyway, so they're up there. So, oh yeah. So what happened was, I think they realized that when they're up there in the platform, 2,000 feet again, it's 2,000 feet. They don't have a cell phone signal. They don't have a cell phone signal. So one of them decides to climb down, the outside ladder to us where they can hear the signal. But what happened as she was climbing down, the ladder started giving way. The outside ladder, the 200 feet section, started falling apart. It literally started falling apart. So, it's dramatic, whatever. Oh my God, she's going to die. No. So she finally manages to get back to the platform. So the platform, she got back up to the platform. The ladder that was connecting from the cage part of the tower up to the tippy top of the tower is gone. It collapsed. It fell into the ground. So now they're trapped up there. They are trapped on top of this 2,000-foot tower. Take a guess what they're missing. What are they missing? 2,000-foot tower. They cannot have. They don't have no cell phone signal, people. No cell phone signal. They do have a drone, a GPS drone, but what they're missing? A radio, people. They should have had one of these. One of these. Or one of these. One of these or one of these. Right? Or even one of these. Family radio service. Right? At least one of these. But not really this. Although you can use this for emergency. And it does have weather. This has weather band. And it is a FRS. So you can transmit on this. And if it's emergency, you can use this. But they should have had one of these. Right? Because at 2,000 feet, You could get far with this, right? I know this movie is not real, but wherever you go hiking, you're gonna go somewhere where it might, and that's just why that's why. Of course, for emergency, you don't need a license. You can use any radio. You can use any radio, any frequency, if it's an emergency, life and death emergency. You can use any. You don't need a license. That's all bets are off. When your life is on the line, emergency, you can use any radio. Whatever radio you have, even though you're not licensed, you got to boom. I would have right there. This radio. Okay, well, we're stuck up here in this tower. We only have a bottle of water and blah, blah, blah. No. Emergency. This will save your life. This could save your life. In the movie, of course, I don't want spoiler alert. I'm not going to tell you the ending. But anyway, if the movie's called Fall. 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 That's the name of the movie. In the description, I'll put a link to the IMDb page for that. If anybody wants to watch the movie, I was watching the movie because I had nothing else. I was just, let me just watch a movie because I was installing Amazon apps on my Fire Stick. Because I saw in the picture they showed the two women on the radio tower, and one of them is hanging for dear life. So I'm like, oh, that looks interesting. A radio tower. Oh. But mistake number one, even though it's not a real event that happened, I don't know if it could have been a real something. I don't know. I don't think it is. No, I don't think it's a real event. But anyway, they didn't. No one took a radio, any type of radio. Emergency radio. My wife, when I bought the CB radio, and I told her, nah, when we travel by car, I'm going to have that in the car. Oh, but why are you going to have that? I said, listen, you never know. You never know. You never know. You never know. You get stranded on the road, or, like especially in the wintertime, you get snowed in the middle of the highway. Who knows why? Oh, you go hiking somewhere, and always have a radio. Always take one of these with you. Even when I didn't have my license. And then I paid for the GMRS license. Okay, you found the movie. DJ Mota found the movie. It's called Fall. In Spanish, it's Vertigo. So anyway, mistake they made was they didn't have a radio. They would have had the radio, you don't need cell phone service. You can't rely on a cell phone service, people. My wife and I and my son, we plan to go to the Grand Canyon hopefully next year. We're probably going to do a little hike. Well, anyway, we're not going to do anything extreme anyway because, we have a son. But I don't know how cell phone service is. It could be sporadic. You can't depend on cell phone coverage when you're doing things like that. And I'm not an extreme person, extreme climber, and I'm not talking about that. Just in general, you should have always a radio like this. Charge, of course. And that's another thing their mistake they did is do I have it right here? I'll be right back. Let me see if I have it right here. Where's my again, it's a movie. That was a movie, right? This is what I have too when I go out there. I have one of these. You know what this is? A cell phone. USB solar charger. This is a battery, but it also uses solar to charge it. So I have my backpack. This is hanging on my backpack, getting charged. The sun is charging I'm walking with my backpack. This is hanging on my backpack facing, and the sun is charging it. They didn't have one of these. You're an extreme hiker, extreme climber. Two things that they have. You need power because even your cell phone battery is gonna die. And they were up there, I think, for 3 days. I don't know. I don't know how long they were up there. I think it was 3 or 4 days or something. I forgot how long they were up there. Anyway, they didn't have one of these. You can't charge this without this. God forbid you needed it. You need to, you're incapacitated or whatever, or you need to, in their case, they were in the desert on a tower 2,000 feet high, and they couldn't get down. Then they have this or this. They're relying on this. I know it's a movie, people, but it actually happened in real life. Some other things, some other people actually, for not having a radio. And this one is a real story. This is not a fake 2000. This happened in California. I remember watching him on Tech TV. I don't know if you're familiar with that channel. Back then, there was a channel called Tech TV. It was a lot of geek stuff on TV, computer stuff, all this geek stuff on. It was a cable channel called Tech TV. And there was a guy that used to be on one of those programs. His name was James Kim. I think it was James Kim. He's a Korean guy. James Kim. Right? Now, the complete story, I don't, the where exactly it happened. I think it was Northern California where it happened. Basically, he was driving with his wife, and I think at the time a baby. They just had a baby, and they got stranded in the snow. And this is California. This is not even upstate New York, Buffalo, anything like that. This is California. California. Okay, California. The guy had a cell phone. Again, he had a cell phone. Oh, I can't tell you the top of my head. I don't remember. Let me see. One amp. Yeah, because it's USB. 1 amp. So 1 amp. Because it's you need to and you have the weatherproof thing right here. So that's your USB right there. Well, you could take a radio. That's another one that I could recommend. I have a radio. I have the DJ. I have this one too. It's hand crank. And you could charge off of this. This one has a USB. No, this one does not have. No, this one you can't charge off of. Yeah, but when you go, I'm talking about like when you're going hiking. If you're going hiking, if you're going hiking, I'm saying if you're going hiking, something like that, I'll at least take one of these. And for charging, of course, I have ones that already charge. They look like batteries. I have those. I put those in my bag too. But I take this too, because when those run out, and I could use this one. But I also I have a radio, the DJN DE3 13. It's a little green radio. You can hand crank that one, and that one you can plug in a USB to charge it too. So yeah, you can use that. But I'm talking about for the sake of the movie, they didn't have anything because that's a movie, of course, they weren't prepared. Okay, oh my God, oh, we can't get a cell phone signal. We're doomed. No, you should have one of these. They would have had one of these, all they would have done was emergency, blah, 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 blah. Somebody would have They would have hit a repeater, because if when you do stuff like that, you should be able to. And that's the reason why. Another reason why I got my tech license, because now, if I'm gonna wherever I travel, I'm gonna jot down the repeaters that I can pick up, and I would have hit a repeater from 2,000 feet. You better believe with this radio, I would have picked up a repeater. Anybody, I would have picked it up. 2,000 feet high, I would have got somebody with his radio, right? And of course, right there, boom, I would have got the help. Emergency help would have came through, and I would have got off that tower with a radio like this. So I know people knock these radios. Oh, this is for no. You may not use this radio for anything else, but in emergency, this is the best radio you're gonna have. Even a CB radio, yeah, CB radio, yeah, but no, this radio can save your life. Okay, so it's not a hobby either. People say, "Oh, it's a hobby." No, it's good to have a radio like this always, always, always. When you're traveling, especially if you're hiking, whatever, you're going to a place that's remote, a remote place, a place where their cell phone coverage might not be that good. There's still a lot of areas where cell phone coverage is not that good. It's good to have one of these because it could save you. It could save your life. So when I'm watching the movie, I start thinking about that. I say, you know what? I say, because I'm into the movie. I'm like, are you serious? They didn't have no radio, no type of radio. They didn't have one of these, one of these radios or one of these. I'm like, and then charging. They had nothing in their bag. They didn't have anything like this in their backpack, a US solar USB. Because up there, obviously, they're in the open air, and they're in the desert. It's up there. It's like a desert. All the sunlight in the world is up there. They're gonna just put this there, let it charge. They're gonna charge their drone, because they had a drone too. They would have charged their drone. They would have charged their phones, and they would have charged their radios. Right? Yo. But, it's a movie. Hollywood. They're going to make it dramatic. They're going to make it worst case scenario. They didn't bring anything. They brought one little bottle. They brought one little plastic bottle of water. That's it. And 50 feet of rope. That's it. That's all they brought. And a drone. And that's it. Of course, we know that's Hollywood. But still, I was like, of course, I was talking to the TV like a nut. Why do they have one of these? Why do you have this? What's wrong with these women? You get into the movie. You gotta get into the movie. But yeah, so I said, I'm gonna talk about that and bring it up. Yeah, who watches it, they can say, you know what, you're right. Yeah, that's dumb. That's dumb. You gotta go hiking. You gotta climb up a radio tower like that. And who knows, even if that didn't happen, say you could have got hurt up, then you wouldn't be able to climb down. You need help, right? It would have been like, okay, let me go get some help. Some whatever, right? Didn't occur to them to have a radio like this. Again, I know it's a movie, but this is why I like to reiterate these points, because people always tell me, well, you waste your time this money. Well, no, I saw that on a survival. It was a survival. Was it a survival forum? That somebody wrote that hams frown upon GMRS license. Oh, it's not a real license because you don't take a test. No, you don't take a test. You don't need to. You don't need to. but it's good to have it for emergency. Okay? Okay, I'm sorry. The Icon 7300 it's not going to help me for an emergency if I'm in the middle of the desert. Right? This one is going to help me in the middle of the desert. Right? I want some ham to come here and tell me otherwise. Is your Icon 7300 going to help you when you're in the middle of the desert? No. It's going to be, UHF. It's going to try to hit a repeater. And, it's going to be something like this. It's not going to be no HF rig. It's going to be something like this. And so people say like, oh yeah, when I got my license, when I got my get off the repeaters and come. No, it's good that you should know repeaters. You should know all your repeaters. You should, because you never know. You're somewhere and the only thing you could probably hit is a repeater, and this could save you. This could save your life. Okay, this $30 something radio could save your life. Okay, if you know how to use it, and if you never, even like I said, even if you don't have a license, and because I had this for a few years, I only used it for listening. But the minute I got my license, but again, in an emergency, you don't need this. You don't need the license. If it's emergency, you can use it. That's one of the questions on the test. One of the questions on the test is that about radio. When can you use even if you're not licensed for it, if it involves life and death, if it involves emergency, life and death, then you can use any frequency. Any frequency you have, your radio has access to, radio that you can transmit on. You can transmit emergency. Okay, people. So don't knock this radio, people. Stop. So some of these hams, I said no. Don't knock this stuff. I know the preppers, they get it. Preppers get it. But it's not about being a prepper. It's about just common sense. It's common sense. I tell my wife, it's common sense. When we go out, when we go on a long trip, we drive all the way down to Florida. We on the highway, we're at 95. And sometimes we go to stretches of the highway where, and anywhere we go to. Sometimes you never know. You never know. You never know. I always take one of these in my bag. Okay? So anyway, that's the end of that. Rant/reminder. and yeah, Jim Radio check. Exactly. They do hold up a charge for a while. Like this one can hold this one can hold. I fully charged. I had this one 2 or 3 days. And you know what? I'm gonna see if it powers up. Oh no, it was no. This one is dead. This one is the battery's dead because it was already. Yeah. Anyway, this one definitely. This one, the battery life on this one is amazing. I'm gonna say it amazing. This one, the battery life is okay. It's not like it's okay. It's good, but this one is much better battery life. But they hold up a charge. Yeah, they do. But again, if you're doing something extreme like climbing a radio tower, even though it's a movie, you should have one of these. Too. So people that knock these radios, knock the GMRS license, they need to stop that. Seriously, you're doing a disservice to you're doing it for those hams that keep knocking the GMRS. You're doing a disservice to the radio community. When you say, I don't respect that call sign because you didn't pay it. And I read it. I checked it this morning. I went to Survival Forum and I saw somebody posted that. They don't respect that license because you didn't take a test. How stupid is, I'm sorry, that's a stupid statement. A ham saying that's a stupid statement. It's really stupid and a disservice to say that, because you don't need a test for that license, for that frequency. I mean, come on. And this radio, I can tell you, it could save your life. So whether you take the test or you don't take the test, you should have one of these radios always. Especially when you do, if you're a hiker, and and of course this one is FRS. FRS. So this one you don't need a license at all. This family radio. It's only a couple of frequencies, but again, you never know. All right. So let me go down the chat here. DJ Mota, do you recommend one model in special like yours or another one? Well, they have an updated version of this one. This is the Baofeng UV-5R. This one, some people say that when you transmit, they call it. They say it's kind of dirty, like in terms of the coverage. Sometimes it sporadic things like that. I don't know that. I already own this one. I'm not buying a new one just because of a couple of hams are complaining about it. No. Okay, DJ Mo? I'm talking about radios. Music emergency. Well, I would still get this one. I would still have this one because I owned this one for about 4 years. I bought it for that reason. I bought it because for emergency. I bought this one. It's $30-something. It's very cheap. I bought mine's camouflage, camel color. I like the color of this one, camel. I would just get one of these for emergency. Just keep it. You don't need for emergency. You don't need a license. Now, of course, I will recommend that you get a license. It's a foundation license. I know in Spain, I know it's called. I think it's called. I know in England they call it foundation. Over here it's called a technician, because you want to learn about your local repeaters. You can talk to. Okay, so I would still recommend you get a license, but you don't need one. But the problem is if you don't know what frequencies to. That's why I prefer that you get the license, because then you'll learn about what frequencies are, for example, like 2 meter, 6 meter, 2 meter, 70 centimeter. You know those frequencies. You know how to use the radio properly to connect to a repeater in case of emergency. Because if you try to do just blurred out simplex, yeah, you might get lucky. And most of the time, it's repeaters. For these radios, you're gonna want to connect to a repeater, talk to a repeater, and then that way you'll get out. Understand? So it's good to take the license because you're gonna learn how to use this radio with that. Okay? But it's always good to have a radio anyway, but especially this type of radio for emergency. Now, of course, I have a CB radio too. That's another frequency that you don't need a license. However, for an emergency, I'm not going to recommend, unless I have a CB, which I don't have. I don't have a portable CB talkie. I may look into that next. I don't have. Oh yeah, I do have one. It's right here. It's an old one. But of course, another frequency. I could have, maybe hit a truck driver on a highway on a CB, and who knows. But again, either that or this. A lot of, and I read that on the forum too. A lot of truckers, they're starting to use. They actually use both GMRS and CB. So yeah, I will recommend one, and I will also recommend eventually CB. In the car, I would have. I don't want to put this in her car because that's her car, not my car. Her car. And in my car, I would have had it. I could put this. But a CB walkie-talkie, you could do that too. But definitely something like this, I recommend. There's no particular radio. This is the one that people use the most that they start out with. So I would just go with this one. There's plenty of videos on this on how to set it up. It's not because the instructions for this radio is not that good. So there's plenty of videos on there. I may make one in the future on how to do some things with this radio, but there's plenty of videos on it. So, you know. So yeah, Baofeng UV-5R. And that radio on Amazon, let me see if I go to Amazon. I think is around, let me check. Sorry, what was it? Oh, how you pronounce it? Oh, BAO. I spelled it wrong. A little hiccup now. Well, I got this little hiccup now going on. $21. The radio itself is 21. I see one for 20, but then they have the new generation one. 30. I see one for 39. Yeah, we'll get the $39 one because that one has the charger. So this one, $39.99, Amazon. It comes with the charger. I think that radio also transmits 8 watts. I think I don't know. I have to look. But yeah, $39.99. You got this one comes with 2 batteries. That set has 2 batteries. It has a phone. It has the USB, which is good. Man, but I didn't buy this one. I only bought mine. Came with the charger. This and the charger. That's it. But I wanted to get the because here you can hook it up to speaker microphone right here. Let me see. Let me open this up right there. So that one comes with the cable, the USB, because you could program the repeaters in here, frequencies in here. I see people do FT8 on this. 6 meters. Was it 6 meters? 2 meters. I saw somebody posted about no, not 6 meters. Excuse me, 6 meters. What am I talking about? I think it was 2 meters. Somebody actually made a video. It's 2 meters. And I was like, wow, really? With this, because with this, you could do the data, you could do data stuff, but I wouldn't do it. But I think is it Chirp? I don't have this one. I don't have the software for this. I don't have the cable for this one. But I think this one came with a different software. This one came with a different software. I forgot what it's called. But I think is it Chirp? Yeah, Chirp. Okay, Chirp. So yeah, so this one, yeah, so it's Chirp. That's the most common, yeah, Chirp. So I don't have the cable to do that. So I'm gonna get the cable for this one to do that, and then so it's a two prong to USB to program this one for that. Yes, I did. Okay, go. Ok, DJ Mota, son las 12 en España, me tengo que ir. Ha sido un placer hablar contigo y un gran ejercicio de inglés también. Saludos. Gracias y buenas noches. Thank you, DJ Mota, and good night. And I'll see you Tuesday. I'll be on Tuesday, 4 p.m. Eastern. And I'm thinking about either Tuesday or Thursday. I want to make one earlier because European, like right now it's midnight in Spain, like he just said. So I'm thinking about maybe like Tuesday, I could do a double stream, like maybe come in at 12 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern time, and I'll stay up to I pick up my son. Then I'll come back on for another couple of hours. I'll do like a double stream on Tuesday, and then Thursday I'll leave it at 4 p.m. So because I know that I want to reach out more to the European, like Mario DXer, because I know it's late over there. It's already it's at midnight. So yeah. So I'm looking into that, something like that, DJ Mota. Instead of 4 p.m., maybe one of the 2 days, I'll come in at 1 o'clock or even earlier, maybe 12 o'clock or whatever. But I still got to stabilize things first, And I thought about that. I think about that because I not only North America, but I also want to reach at least, European. And, I know it's hard to try to reach, unfortunately, it's a time zone. You can't reach everybody in one particular show. Maybe I have to I'm even thinking about doing a Saturday morning show, maybe real early, bright and early Saturday morning show, just so I can talk to my Australian and European, but Australian, maybe 8 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, stay on till lunchtime, like 8 to 4, and I'm thinking about all these different, but I'm trying to work out what works for, because I'm trying to gauge like today, DJ Mota, thank you, and you was participate a lot in the chat, and that's what I look at. I look at people who participate in the chat. I don't care about the watchers. Right now I only got 4 people watching me. Today is one of those days that I'm not. The other day I got 13 people. I think 4, and then the last week I had somebody. I had like one time I had almost 15 people watching. Today seems to be one of those days where I got maybe 4 people, 5 people. It fluctuates. I think the most I got was 7 people. I don't know. So I have to gauge all these days because I want to see which days work for me, and if I have to come in early on a Thursday. I know on Saturdays is more, but I can't. I'm trying not to come in. I'm trying not to do a stream on Saturday unless I did the streams on Saturday only because if Jill's couldn't do a stream. That's what I did. That I did those Saturdays. Kind of like filling in the void that he's not streaming. I would love to do Saturdays only, but I don't want to conflict with with him, because the only way I would do it is I have to be early Saturday. So I know he starts around 4 o'clock Eastern. So if I do for example, Saturday, I could do a Saturday early, say, 12 o'clock in the afternoon all the way to 3. I could do something like that. And I'm still thinking about it. But I want to see, I'm still gauging on what works best for the numbers too. So right now I got 4 likes and 4 people watching. And I've been up for 2 hours now. It's going to be 2 hours. That sometimes is not encouraging to continue these streams sometimes. Sometimes I'm like, okay, I'm 4 people watching, 4 likes, and then they wonder why people don't stream stuff like this sometimes. It's like because there's no motivation. It's not. I'm not gonna get motivated if This is now my 22nd stream since I came back from my hiatus, my health thing with the voice and all that. 22 streams down. This is gonna be number 22. And the most I ever got at one time was probably 12 or 13 people watching. That's not encouraging to continue. It isn't. But, I do it because I enjoy it. But it's going to get to a point where it's going to be like, well, is it worth still doing these streams when I only got a handful of people watching all the time and that's it? The answer is going to be eventually no. I'll do maybe a stream once a week or once every 2 weeks because I don't have enough people to keep it going, And I don't mean to, But it's sometimes if people want a live stream like this, like I noticed when he's not on, like Saturday when he's not on, I get more. My numbers go up a lot more. But I don't want that either. I don't want people to come here because they don't have he's not there and they need their no, so I yeah, I know. It's just that I don't know. It's that I haven't decided. Is that I'm trying to gauge. See, like you're in the West Coast, so you're okay with the time thing. But I notice because I know I have my memory is still good. I know who participates in these streams, and I know who I don't know who doesn't, but I notice the ones that participate the most are you, Keegan, Jim. Today was DJ Mota. And Theo was on earlier when I first got in. Theo was in, but it's not that many. It's about it's a good number. It's a good if out of 2,000 something subscribers. I think I should be having more. I think I should have at least 25 people watching all the time. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to be a little honest here. There should be at least 25 to 30 people watching. And when it stays like this, like under 10, under not even 10, it's always 5 or 6, 7, and that's it. And it's not encouraging for me to continue streaming when I get these numbers. It's like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm still debating. I'm still debating when I want to do 2 times a week, 3 times a week, or that's why I'm looking at. I think since I came back, I streamed that every day except Monday and Sunday. No, it's not. I don't want to move on. It's not that. My Ready DX. Hey, what's going on? Kenta Ken, it's okay if you need to move on. No, it's not about moving on, Kenta Ken. It's not about that. It's about I have enough subscribers that I should get more participation from others. Because there's some that I know there's some that are his there's some that are on his channel that are subscribed to my channel. And for some reason they don't stop by and say hello. I don't know what it is. I don't know if my style is I know my style is a lot different from his. That's fine. I'm not comparing. But I'm you know what Kenta Ken is? I'm surprised that it hasn't been a little more. That's what it is. Especially now when this is not summertime no more. This is October 27. This is like peak time that people are staying home and listening to radio more. And you know what is it? I am a little disappointed at the number. I think that's what it is. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think I'm putting out a lot and expecting more. Maybe that's what it meant. You know what? Maybe you have a point there, Ken. Maybe I'm expecting a little too much. Well, I've been looking into that. Maybe that too. Maybe I need to. But the thing is that a lot of you guys are not subscribed to my my Twitter. Most of you guys don't have. I'm not my Twitter. Facebook group. I have my own Facebook. I don't think a lot of people are not my Facebook thing. So that's another thing. So there's not much I can advertise from. But I want to wait and see. And it doesn't take a lot of preparation on this end. Not now. It doesn't take any. But I may dial it down to 1 time a week, and I think I'll just leave it at that, and then we'll see. And I'll just set it on that One day a week. I'll set it on that time, and that's it. I don't know, you know. No, and I appreciate it. I appreciate, and I know that's another thing. I know a lot of people don't, because I don't blame you. No, and I don't blame you guys because I don't blame you guys because I don't like Twitter. I'm not a fan of Facebook, and that's why I don't want to tell people that. I don't want to tell people. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be like, no, you gotta. Well, if you follow me on Twitter and you follow me on Facebook, you get all the no. That's why I leave the bell icon. Hopefully that works. Hopefully the bell icon will be enough, and that works. And you know, because I enjoy this. But yeah, I think Kent, that's what happened. I think I was expecting a little more because I see the numbers. When I see the numbers, I see that when I'm on, they go up slightly, but not like before. Like before, even if I uploaded a video, depending on the video, on some videos, I would get more views on one video per day than I would do on a live stream. You know? Yeah, I know. And I'm gonna have to look into something like that. Maybe Jim, you're right. I think start your page up an hour before you come in, and that people know when you're coming out. Yeah, I was gonna do that today. Today I was gonna do the schedule. I was gonna schedule the live stream because today nothing happened. Today I didn't have to run around and yeah. I think you know what? I think you guys are right. I'm expecting too much. I need to lower the bar. I need to lower the bar. You know. Because remember what I said? I said that I don't want to put the link everywhere, and I don't want people to just come in that are, uh, you know. Oh, I'll be right back. Be right back. Sorry, I gotta take. Hear my boy. Yeah, I'm coming. Sunday. Okay. Sorry. All right. All right. There you go. My son needed my attention. All right. He's okay now. He's good. All right. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Can't we struggle to find ourselves in his multi-dimensional world? Yeah. Can't the more we progress, the less humans matter in this world. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, that is the case, that's why I can't even. I couldn't watch TikTok anymore. I stopped it since yesterday. I said, I can't. I was checking on it every day, but unfortunately, yeah, right there, I got a dry spot in my. And TikTok is one of those things. You see the worst. People be posting stuff that I don't. When people act crazy in the store and all that. Um, I don't like doing that. I don't like to record people when they're having meltdowns. I don't do that. Just to post it on your own channel to get views and to get no, I don't do that. When somebody acts like that, I usually common sense tells me to leave. You know, when someone acts like that in a store or whatever, my instinct is to, if I'm in a subway, go to the other car or get off the next station or something. I'm not gonna sit there and record people having a bad moment because you don't know what that person went through. You don't know if that person is really having a real bad day, they're having a real bad week, and they're really ready to flip out on people. And you don't want to be there to when that, you know. Jim's radio check. Talk to you later. I got it. Okay. Take care. And I hope you get better. All right. Take care. And thank you for stopping by. Yeah. So when I see that stuff on, I stop. I'm gonna remove the app because I can't for now. And I have people following there, and I have 1,600, but I feel like the same thing. Like when I did the live stream there, it was like, you think here is bad, over there is worse. Like one person comes in, one person in, one person comes in. Oh, I was thinking about that the other day because I was like, you might have got it by now because it's been a couple of weeks. So my Ready DX, by the way, that medium wave antenna right and it works. Yeah, it works good. It works good. I was looking at the long wave one last. Oh, there you go. Right on the wooden floor. Here we go. Yeah, so yeah, it works good. It's just that I like it because it's small and you don't have to take that big loop with you outside. So I'm gonna see videos on that soon, right? You're gonna start posting videos on this with your radios. So I was looking at the long wave one, and he has another one that has the I guess it's for the HT radio with the little loop. My Ready DX said the mail service is slow and at the moment and due to work. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry to hear that. So yes, it took some time. Yeah, I figured it took some time because I've been, when when I go to your channel, I'm waiting for these videos, reception and stuff, and or a review. But yeah, it's a good, So he bought the last one, people, and because I went to check to see if maybe they found another. They replaced the supply. Maybe they found a whole bunch of other, but this one is gone. On his eBay, I will do, and still got some Mala hit, uh, Mala hit stuff to record. Okay, yeah, I want to do some videos on that Mala hit radio too, but because I went to check, I was, I'm on eBay looking for something else, so I saw this on my like the history, I guess, or whatever. So, but this one is gone. He bought the last one. I already did. So this one is no longer made because the guy passed away last year, the maker of this antenna. Because I was looking at the other one, the long one, the one that you put on the PL360. And that one, he still got a few of those. So I may buy one of those because later on I'm thinking about getting a county com. Married DX. I may get the long wave one, but I don't do much. I don't DX much. Yeah, I know. Yeah, because it's not much on long wave. It's not much on long wave anyway to DX. I know. That's why I was thinking about the same thing. I don't know if I'll get the long wave one because of there's not much here other than beacons. So that's why, and that one is I think $49 US. This one was $39.95 US plus shipping. The long way one I think is $10 more, I think. So that was another reason, kind of. I may still get it, but let me see. Let me see. You know, Andy Cowley. Oh, what's up, Andy Cowley? And great show, brother. Take care. Okay, take care. Take care, Andy. And thank you for stopping by. So yeah, so I'm looking forward to that. My Rated DX make those videos. It'll be interesting. My Rated DX, sir. The only catch I want to get is on longwave is Mongolia, but not worth the money in my opinion. If it's just for one, exactly. If there's only one catch you're trying to get, yeah, I wouldn't spend I wouldn't spend that much on it. I wouldn't go crazy about it. Exactly. I would try with the box loop that you made. I would keep trying that. I would definitely keep trying that. Matter of fact, let me see that in 10 now. Let me just look at this call sign. Why I put it back? Let me look at his call sign. Hey, what's up, Elmer Time? Jeff AD7LN checking in. Hello, Danny. And hello, Elmer. I hope you're doing well. Let me put his call sign. Victor 2 Charlie Zulu. Okay. Excuse me, F. I said Foxtrot. Yeah, so he has this antenna, not this one, but he has one that connects. He has a BNC. It connects straight to the HT, like the what is it? It's like the walkie-talkie for HF listening. It's for listening, not transmission. Listening. HF antenna for the for the ICOM R20. He has one that hooks up to the R20, and so I guess he has a BNC. ICOM R20, AOR 8200, Kenwood THD74, Yaesu VR500. Okay, and the Linko. And then the long wave one is $59. Yeah, it's more expensive. It's $59.99 plus $10 shipping. So I was tempted to get the long wave one, but I don't get much over here. That's why it's not. So now I'll be spending almost, and then with the taxes, it'll be around $75. So I don't want to spend $75 on an antenna that I'm not going to use often for the long wave. No, unfortunately. Then he has a whip antenna. He has a whip antenna with the BNC that you connect it to a scanner, a portable scanner. He has one of those, and that's $38.99. Oh, he has a splitter. Oh, he's selling a splitter. He has a 4-way splitter for HF. It's all BNC. 1.8 through 54 megahertz, 4 receiver and 1 antenna, SDRPlay. So I was looking for a splitter. I could probably afford it. Maybe I might look into the splitter because I want one for my SDRs. I want to share one. I want to share my MFJ 1886 loop with my SDRs. I want to but these two, the HF, the SPI HF, and the RSPdx, and then the other two to my radios. And that's a $55. That's not bad for a 4-way. That's a 4-way. They all BNC though. That's not bad. It's a splitter. Oh, it's a splitter. Okay, so it's not a switch. So it's a splitter. Oh, HF splitter. You know what? Let me click on it, and I'm gonna put on my watch list. Even though it's not, he's not a switcher. I could see myself using something like this, a splitter, HF splitter, and HF and splitter antenna. Okay, or HF antenna splitter. And I'll put on my watch list. And he's still selling the ferrite for the PL365, the 360, the GP5. That's the ferrite, the long ferrite for this radio. Let me take this one out. And that one he's selling for $37.99. So this radio, you know, the long is a long ferrite. It's a long one. So he's still selling that one. So I was looking into getting that ferrite for this one, but you know, I don't use this radio often, so I don't want to. But if you have like the GP5 or the now, what is it now? PL368. That's the new one, the newest one with the single sideband and all that. I think if I had that radio, I probably would look at that antenna though for the medium wave. Okay. The 368, right? Okay. Then he's selling a couple of loops for the scanner radios. Portable scanner is a loop with a little, it's like a loop, a wire loop with one of these little, and they got a BNC and you're gonna connect it to this portable scanner. Oh, he still has a few antennas he's selling. He has a few. He's still selling some. But this one is sold out. This one is gone forever. So that's interesting that he's still selling. Well, he's not selling them. His daughters are selling them because he passed away last year. So his daughters are trying to sell his last remaining stockpile of let me put this right here. So he's trying to sell the last remaining stockpile of those radio. Then he has an HF loop for tabletop radios. HF loop for amateur radio or shortwave receiver, apartment, HOA friendly. So I guess he has like an indoor loop and you hook it up to a tabletop. But that's $189. I'm not paying that. I don't need it. I don't need it. I got antennas all over. I don't need that. Of course, no, but it's interesting. He made quite a few. He made quite a few different antennas. Yeah, he made quite a few of them. All right, so that's that for that. So I got to sell an offer for my Yaesu. Is it this one? Wow, 75 cents offer. Because I'm looking to get the legs for this. I need to disconnect these cables. You know, the feet. It has a thing and you got the feet. So I saw one. I guess they use aluminum. It's around $20-something, $25, I think it is. But then I saw this one. But this one look like it's made out of aluminum. And he's selling it for $13.95. But and it has rubber around it. It's just a stand to put this on. But I don't know. I don't trust the durability of it. I think I'm gonna go with the classic metal, so I can have it standing up. It has basically it's 2 feet. It has a rail right here. You mount it on. So I guess you take off these things. There's a couple of screws here. You take this off, and then mount on to this. Yeah, I know. No, but that's why, because this is the worst ergonomic. I need the feet. I cannot. And then I think the same seller has the button. It has a bigger knob with a little thing that goes around it. It's a little knob. It's a bigger knob. So I may look into the knob too. Although I read that it's not a good idea to take out the knob, and because the other one I think is, I don't know if it's heavier, but it may cause the shaft to loosen, and I don't want that. I don't want to mess with that. So I don't think I want to mess with the knob, but the feet I could use. So this stand, the only reason why I like that stand, because you're not committed to is a stand. You're not anchoring anything into this, because I like the strap option. So that one is just a stand that goes on top of it. Because the other one, you have to take out the strap hanger thing. And I like the strap, because I may want to use a strap one day. And just, you know what I mean? Have it on with the strap. So I'm debating whether get that one, because that one you just put it on top. And that one you can fold it. It's foldable. And it's only $13.25 now. He just made the offer. He knocked off 5%. Because I put it on the watch list. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that I may just get that one. Because if I need to understand, I'll use that. But then if I want to just have it on with the strap, because I don't want to be taking these screws out. I don't want to be swapping for that. Put wear and tear on the screw and then that's it. No, I don't want to do that. Plus, if I ever want to sell it, if you keep it in mint condition, it'll sell more. Although some people like that mount thing. Because I think even the mount thing, you could take the feet out. It's a rail and it has the feet. And then the feet connect to the rail. But I think if you take out the feet, they have a loop thing that you can still put the strap around it. So I have to look into that. The rail. But I like that option because it's cheaper. And I keep the original strap thing here. And that one is foldable. You can throw that in the bag. So I may just pick up this one. And when I pick it up, I'll show you guys. Yeah, I have all that. Yeah, exactly. I know. I keep all that. Any radio I buy, even my PL660, all that, even all my radios, even the Grundig, I still have the box for that. I have the box. No. No, for this one, I don't have the box anymore. But this one, I don't have the box no more, unfortunately. But no, all my portables, DH, the SH data, all that, I got the boxes right there. My scanner, I got the boxes. My CB, I got the box. I keep all the boxes. And I put all the all the paperwork is in there, everything. Because in case I want to sell it, So yeah, I keep the boxes. Even though they take up more space, but I keep them. In case I want to sell them, and so on. Yeah, that's what I'm having, a closet full of old boxes. The original boxes. My SDR, I got all the boxes for the SDR. For my Texan radios, I have a few boxes up there. Yeah. And the Yaesu's right there. That's the box for the Yaesu's right there. Yeah, no, I keep those. I keep them. you know. And some that I bought off of Craigslist, like the Commodore. My Commodore 64, I have the box for that too. The guy sold it to me with the box. So I have the box for the Commodore 64. If I ever want to sell it, if I ever want to resell the Commodore, I can sell it with the box. And also the disk drive, this 1541 disk drive, I have the original box for that. Yeah, because I know they're worth. I know with the box it bumps up the price. Because people just collect it with the box. And like I say, like you said, you got a closet. I got a couple of closets full of boxes. I got some on this closet. I got some boxes in that closet. I got a couple of boxes upstairs on the second floor in a room. So I keep all these boxes. I always done that. I think I did that before, even radio, before I got back into radio. I did that with a few things, you know. But definitely radio. I keep the boxes. Yeah. Yeah. So earlier I was talking about this movie called Fall. It's about these two women climbing up a radio tower, an abandoned radio tower. I don't know if you saw it. Anyway, when you replay the stream, you'll see. And of course, it's a movie. They got stranded on top of a 2,000-foot radio tower. And all they relied on was a cell phone, which, of course, is a movie. And my point was that they would have had one of these. And one of these, you know, just leave them up there. Yeah, right. They would have one of these on a 2,000-foot, on the top of a 2,000 feet radio tower stranded. This would have came in handy a lot more than this. So I said, when I'm watching the movie, I'm like, yeah, this is. I said, who goes to a hiking like that without a radio? You know, and they're up there wondering, oh, we can't get cell phone service because we're in the middle of nowhere, and we're 2,000 feet above the signal. I don't know. First of all, the signal, you can still get a signal up there. You can get a signal when you're flying. So I don't know where that came from with the movie. I mean, there's cell phone towers that are almost just as tall. Although some of the places have cell phone repeaters, whatever. Anyway, so we can't get a signal. Oh my God! 2,000 feet, you can hit a repeater. 2,000 feet, you can hit a lot of stuff with 2,000 feet with this guy. In emergency or otherwise, it don't matter. That's right. The higher the better. So anyway, that's why it's Hollywood, So it's like, yeah, it's so silly. So silly. So I was watching the movie like, okay, this is silly. Yeah, exactly. Look at that. Exactly. I didn't even bring that up. You're right. Not only repeaters, satellite. You can hit a satellite for help. Or the space station. Because they were stranded up there in the tower. I guess the ladder collapsed on them and they were stranded. They couldn't climb back down from the radio tower. So again, yeah, exactly. Repeaters, satellite, Elmer, like Elmer said, and the space station. You could have got help. But they relied on this and a prayer. Oh, we can't get a signal. We have to climb down below to get a signal. But what happened is the ladder collapsed and they could have climbed back down. Not even halfway down the tower. They were stuck on the tippy top. So no cell phone service. Oh my God, we're doomed. And again, for emergency, you don't need, If it's an emergency, you could transmit. And and they did. That's what happened. They took that. They were taking selfies when they got up there. They had the drone. They flew the drone around the tower to make a nice video of them. This Hollywood stuff. But anybody with common sense, you're gonna do something like that extreme. You're gonna be hiking somewhere in the middle of nowhere. You're gonna be hiking in the middle of nowhere. Don't knock these radios. This radio could save your life. So a movie I was just watching, I'm like, chuckling. I'm like, yeah, you just gave me a subject to talk about. The same thing happened with Maria, the hurricane. When I saw those pictures on social media, I had a whole bunch of people pointing at a tower with their phone, trying to get a signal, like praying to get a signal. I'm like, I would have just had this, and I had my crank, and I had this guy charging my stuff up. I need to charge my phones. I would have charged solar. I put this on when I go out I put this on my backpack. This is what I have on my backpack, and it's charging. I always carry this with me on my backpack. If I'm going somewhere like that where I know I might, I just clip it on the backpack. You might get a couple of stares at it. Oh, why is that guy walking with a charger? Why is he walking with a charger? You'll thank me when we're stuck on a train or wherever we're stuck at, and I'm the only person that got power. I'm the only person with the juice. I got the juice. And then I have the crank radio. I have a crank radio in the bag. Who knows, because when you have no sunlight, you can crank. The juice man. Here's the guy with the juice. So in Puerto Rico, I would have been, I don't have no electricity. I would have my generator. I would have had these. I had this. I got my weather radio. Of course, if I lived in Puerto Rico, I would have solar panels. Especially in a remote area, I would have solar panels. I would have one here, one there, and the fence over here. I would have had a couple of them on the roof. Who knows? Some people go through life, they don't prepare themselves for nothing. I'm telling you. Elmer time. Out here in the Pacific Northwest Forest, you should have a large caliber weapon for cougars, wolf, and a multi-band transmitting radio, and a handheld GPS along with food and water. Yeah, that's another thing. That's another thing I'm gonna look into. A handheld GPS. That's a great point. And of course, you need food and water. And that's what happened with these two hikers. These two climbers that went up there. They didn't go up. They went up there with nothing, with a little bottle of water. And I think nothing, some little, I don't know, it was a candy bar or something. And I say, yeah, this is a Hollywood movie. Who's going to go climb a 2,000-foot, a rusty old 2,000-foot tower? And then when they get to the top, of course, when the thing broke, the ladder broke, there's a box up there, right? There's a box. It was like a little emergency. I know it was like a call box, because they have those on the highway too. You got the call box. So this one had a flare. A flare. What else they had in there? I think it was call like a phone. I think it was a phone, like a landline, but it's dead. It was dead. I think it was dead. The landline thingy. But the flare, it had a flare. So maybe you could throw up a flare when it gets dark. Yeah. No, you gotta have one of these. And you know how to operate it. You know how to what repeaters to hit, especially because now that I am licensed, and that's something, and I said it. I said I encourage people. Yeah, it's good to this radio listen, but if you really want to learn about this radio, you start with your tech license because that's what it's going to cover. It's going to cover radios like this, and you learn how to, program it. How to get in contact with repeaters, and of course, like Elmer said, satellite and even space station. You learn. You learn all that stuff. Yeah, because the tower on top, it has a little red light that blinks. And they mentioned that in the movie because they asked, why is that red light blinking? Like that's a I'm sorry. At this point, okay, never mind. Like every other tall structure in the world, they have lights on top for planes don't hit it. So she was asking that question, why is that light blinking up there? The reason why that light's blinking because you don't want a plane to hit that tower. They need to see that light blinking visually so they can say, okay, we're flying too low. We need to get the hell up or we're going to hit this tower. So the light was blinking. The light was still working in the movie. So, so the flare would have been okay if they had seen a plane fly over. Yeah. So, of course, spoiler alert, no planes flew over. I believe there was one. I think they might have been from afar. No, I don't. A helicopter? No, and not even that. They used the flare because they got the attention of somebody below. But they wind up stealing the truck. I'm giving a spoiler alert. It's a silly movie. Yeah. Exactly. That's what I was mentioning. That is, when I bought this radio 4 years ago. But I admit, I only used it for listening to a couple of frequencies, and that's it. So not until I got my license, and then it motivated me to learn more about the radio, and now I can use it on repeaters. So if I go anywhere, if I travel to Florida, if I'm going to be in this city, I'm going to look up those repeaters and have them here, or have them where I could, if then I'm in a memory, I have a list of them where I can say, okay, I'm going to try this one, and yeah, exactly. Yes, the more you know about your radio and frequencies, as well as satellite and space station frequencies, the better off you are in emergency out in the boonies. Exactly. Elmer, exactly. You're right. Spot on. And that's my point. That, when you're going to do things, like if you, like you said, the boonies, if you live in the middle of the boondocks or you're staying somewhere in the middle of boondocks, and you can't rely on your cell phone. You can't. Don't rely on your cell phone. Take something like this with you. Something like this or like this with you, you know, and learn how to use it because it's gonna save your life. I know that movie was fictional, whatever, but it brought up it made me bring it up conversation, and I was getting to that point about James Kim, and I forgot. I started the story early and I didn't finish it. I'm gonna finish the story about James Kim. And Elmer, let me read Elmer's comment, and I'll that radio, Elmer time. That radio is fully capable of voice contact with satellite and the ISS, no matter where you are. Okay, yeah, it is. My radio DX said Danny 1010 and 1130 were coming in strong yesterday. Maybe the UK might be receiving your area. I'm gonna try it. I need to try vice versa. Yeah. So about this radio, like I was saying, I didn't finish the story. Let me finish the story. So James Kim was a popular podcaster on, well, at that time it was called Tech TV. He was not a podcast. I say he was in a show. And then actually Leo Laporte, Twit. I think James Kim used to be a guest. He used to come on. He's like a tech. He had his own tech stuff podcast, something. I don't know. So him and his wife and the baby went to somewhere in. I think it's somewhere in the. I don't remember, I don't know the mountains. I don't know what it's in the northern part of California, and it has snow. They had snow, and I think what happened was they were snowed in. They got stuck on the highway. It was crazy. They had like so much snow that and they wound up being anyway. He wound up getting stranded. The car got stranded. He went to get help. He left his wife and baby in the car. He went to walk to the nearest. I guess try to find the nearest gas station or whatever. Again, he only had a cell phone. He only had a cell phone. Now, this is a few years ago. This is a few years back. GPS was not like it is now. This is going back almost 15, 18 years ago. Almost 20 years now. This happened. Unfortunately, because it was snow. I don't know if it was still blizzard. He lost his direction. He lost his direction. He didn't have no type of radio. No type of radio like this. No type of radio. He only had a cell. And cell phone technology back then, 20 years ago, was not like it is now. It was still, of course, and again, it was in the middle of nowhere. So the cell phone didn't do much of anything. He froze to death. He died of what is it, hypothermia when you freeze to death? He lost his way. Of course, he died. Look at that, all this time. I just turned it on. It's still battery life on this thing is incredible. Okay, it's awesome. So yeah, his body was recovered. I think a couple of days later after that, because he went missing. Of course, they rescued the wife and baby, but he died. He died because again, cell phone. People depend on cell phone like it's the greatest thing, and this is the middle of nowhere, and there was snow. And how he would have had two things. Maybe he would have had a CB radio, even if it's a handheld CB radio, at least one in the vehicle, or because I'm sure he wasn't the only one that was stranded, or something like this, and knew how to use it. They probably would have got the help they needed, and it probably would have saved his life. I'm just saying. And this is a real story. This is not no Hollywood stuff. Because I remember that story. Because I watch a lot of tech podcasts like Twit, Leo Laporte, also the tech guy. So he was part of that original channel, Tech TV channel. So if you look up the story, it's James Kim. What happened to him? So what happened? He got stranded. The whole family, they got stranded. There was somewhere and this is not even Buffalo, New York, when we get snow like that, or upstate New York, or this is California. California. This is California, northern part of California. So I'm pretty sure he didn't have. I don't. You know what? I don't know. Maybe they weren't prepared. Like, yeah, it would increase exactly, Elmer. You are correct. His chances of staying alive would have increased by 90% if he would have had a radio. He didn't have no radio. All he had was a cell phone. And we're talking about 20 years ago. So cell phone technology 20 years ago was nowhere near now. But still, he didn't have a radio. No radio. And, and that's why when we drive long distance, I told my wife, no, I'm going to put the CB radio in the car. And I have this in the car. in my bag. I have this in the bag, and of course, the more the merrier. I have this one too, and and I tell her, shit, no, and I tell her, and I bring up that story. I tell her, no, because you never know, you never know, you never know, you never know. You don't know when that time is gonna come, when you're gonna need a radio. Okay, and that's what happened to him. And when they found his body, I believe it was only two. He was only 2 miles away from the gas. He was only 2 miles away from the nearest gas station. That's where they found his body. Okay, 2 miles away from the nearest gas station or rest area or something. That's where his body was found. Of course, frozen to death because he didn't have a radio. He didn't have no. Again, he wasn't prepared. You know, and I'm telling you, we drive to Florida. My wife was like, there you go, Elma. See, so that's a man. Yeah, married. It is sad. It was a sad story because I follow the guy. I used to watch his text. He's a guest. He comes on text show. James Kim, and this happened in California. This is not Buffalo, New York. This is not in the Midwest, where it's really cold all in winters. Where we're gonna get bad, brutal winters. No, California. So I don't even know I don't even know if he even had a coat on, a parka, something for extreme cold weather. Elmer time, I take a ham HT with me every time I leave my house. Even more importantly, during the winters. Yep, and it happens here. It happens here in the Northeast. It could be, especially when we get a lot of snow. Sometimes it just comes down, and I see many times I seen like the South. I don't know because I guess they're not preparing the South. People leave their cars in the middle of the highway because they can't move their cars, so they're stuck. They're stuck on the highway, and they have to abandon their car, and which is the worst thing you could do, because you're trying to stay warm. The worst thing you could do is, get out of the car. Again, especially if you don't have a radio or anything like that, where, of course, you should always be prepared for other things. You always have water. When we go out places like that, we have always a little stockpile of water in the car. A few, not 1 or 2 bottles, a few bottles. Of course, like when we go to Florida, my wife was like, "Oh, but why are you gonna take all these coats with me?" I said, "No, because we're gonna come back." Hello. Sometimes, sometimes I have to be the sarcastic one. Hello. We need the coat so when we come back, or God forbid, we get stranded along the way. Hello. Because she says that I'm too much of a warrior. Oh, I look at worst case scenario, and I do. I'm I'm not Mr. Doomsday, but you got to be prepared. You have to prepare yourself for things like that. You never know. You don't know. So, I know that movie was about the tower. There's 2 women went up there. And if you want to see that movie, it's called Fall. I think you have to, I saw it because I have those channels where I can just watch them. I think you have to rent that movie. I don't know. I'm not, I want to renting it, but. So, Married to the X, sir. If you told me that story without saying the location, I still would have thought it was a remote place in Canada, and I said, no, this is California. That's why it was more sadder, because it really could have been avoided. This is like you just mentioned. This is not in the middle of Alaska, where it's really remote. Although that part is remote, because I think they were going to some cabin or some remote area of that part, and they got stranded. I don't know if he ran out of. I forgot the story, but you can look it up. If I look it up, maybe I'll put the link in the description about the story. But yeah, basically, he went to get help. He left his wife and kid in the car, and he never came back. He froze to death. So, and one time, yes, when they leave their abandoned car in the middle of the icy road and blocks others that can drive. Yeah, that's too. And now you're creating more congestion. You're blocking. Yeah, but I don't understand some people why they do that, especially if they're not prepared to. You know, um, you know, I I walk a lot. I need to walk more to lose weight. But I was, I yesterday I went walking. I walked a couple of miles, a few miles, 3 or 4 miles. I did a 3 or 4 mile walk. I went all the way to the Hudson River by there, the park. I had to do some errands. I walked right back. I did it. So if you add it all up, I did about 4 miles. I try to walk. So it's 2 mile walk that he finally, succumbed to. He was only 2 miles away from, that's sad. But I don't know if maybe he wasn't bundled up. Maybe he didn't have maybe he didn't have, I think you got to be prepared too, you know. I mean, if you're going to get out in the car and there's a blizzard to help somebody, you better be bundled up. You better be able to say, yeah, I'm going to make it back, you know. You should know your surroundings. Now, another thing is I could read a map. I could read a paper map. I don't depend on GPS. When my wife drives, I don't need GPS to get around. I tell her, get off this exit. The next exit. I don't need a map. I mean, I don't need a GPS. I was always very good with navigation. I'm my own navigation device. Okay, I know how to read a compass. I know how to use a compass. Even though I'm not a boy, I never was a Boy Scout. I know how to use a compass. Things like that. I know where the sun. I could look at the sky and I could tell you where, Yeah, Elmer. I could read maps. I've been reading maps since I was a little boy. I could, so before GPS, when we went on a long trip, I would have was it McNally? Those maps to the gas station. Where you want to go? Oh, you want to go to DC? Okay, here, open the map. So we're gonna go to this highway, 87. We gotta go to GW Bridge, I-95 South, exit Washington DC. Here we go. 95 South. So it's gonna be New Jersey Turnpike. Gonna get off at Delaware. We're gonna connect back 95 on and you know what I'm saying? Like I could read the map and I tell you where you at. That's it. I don't need a GPS. I think GPS made so many people not aware of the surrounding. My wife is included. She cannot be without a GPS. Me? No. Because sometimes I'll be like, what are you doing? What are you turning my head? What are you doing? That's all. Honey, what are you doing? Hey, no. What are you doing? You're supposed to go stay north. It is a good skill. I wish, of course they try to teach it. But yeah, it's a good skill. And, of course you got the scale. People, when they look at a map, they don't look at the scale. You take a ruler, tell you a scale. 1 inch represents a mile. Like the map, depending on the map, how local it is, they don't look at the scale of the map. They look at it like, oh my God, this is one all the way here. Look at the scale. So you're 2 miles away from this place or 2 miles away. You know what I mean? Like that, it is a good skill. And I always read maps since I was little. I could read any map. I read, I have a globe up there. And, my son, that was my son's globe. And but I was always reading, looking at maps since I can remember. Let me read some of this. I'm sorry. Let me go down to Elmer time. Hams should have more of a more prepared mentally. Hams help others, and they can help if they can help themselves. Yeah, like I said earlier. I'm sorry. You're in the middle of the desert. Your ICOM 7300 is not gonna help you unless you have hooked up, with a big battery. But if you're in the middle of it and you only have this, guess what? All you hams that are knocking this device can save your life. Because there's some hams that are knock this stuff. Oh, I keep one of these always. I keep one of these wherever, you know. Because I was saying, Elmer, that earlier in a forum I was reading, and somebody posted about the GMRS license, that people don't respect the license because you don't take a test for it. I said, that's ridiculous. That's a stupid. Whoever wrote that statement, that was a stupid statement. It really was a stupid statement who wrote that. And they don't respect that. No, that's a stupid statement. You have to use everything in your, everything has a, use. So that movie brought the point home. And the James Kim story, which is a true story, brings the point home. If you would have had something like this, like Elmer said, it would increase his odds of survivability by 90%. Okay. And of course, it doesn't hurt to have one of these, and for solar thing, and also something, things like that. You should always be prepared. And depending on your location, where you're going or where you at, you always got to be prepared. And too many people around here are not prepared. They're not prepared. Even CPR. My wife is trained CPR. I'm not a trained CPR, but I should, but I know I've seen enough of what. But we have the second floor. We have the to practice. It's like a torso. It's made out of rubber, and you can practice on it. So we have the kit upstairs to practice CPR. And map reading is another skill. Too many people depend on the GPS. Too many people depend on the phone and the GPS, and to get around. No, people can't read a compass. You can even get a compass app. If you're too lazy to read it, to try to read a compass, they even have, but that uses GPS. Though the compass app actually uses GPS. So you got a compass app. I have a compass app in here. Elmer time, me too. The doctor said the more I said or you take more medication. I'm a big guy. Yeah. I'm not on any medication. I'm not on any meds. Thank God. Elmer time. The UV-5R can also be programmed for GMRS. Yep, exactly. FRS, MURS, MERS, business band frequency, ham, VHF, UHF, police, fire, and medical. Yep, exactly. I'm telling you, this radio could save your life. Because when I read that comment about it was a survivalist forum, and somebody posted about that. People frown upon the GMRS because I'm like, that's just like, because you don't take a test. And then somebody replied, yeah, you should take, just take the test. I agree with someone, you can take the, but again, you don't need to, but you're going to need to learn how to use this. So I encourage people to learn, take the test and learn. But yeah, there's a lot you could do with this radio, and some of it could be life-saving. So I think I brought my point home there. So yeah, I would James Kim. I'm gonna see if I get the article. I'm gonna post it on the link below, and I'm also gonna point a few things. So Theo asked me about the MLA 30 earlier, Theo. So I'm gonna put the link on that. When I review the stream, I'm gonna put the link on that. And what is the other link I'm gonna post on? I think the DJ Mota from Spain asked me about this antenna switcher. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, having a radio is one thing, but if you don't know how to operate it, exactly, it's another. And that's why, and I admit that, I tell you, I have this radio for 4 years, but I used it sparingly, but I took it for emergency, but again, I would have been, so when I went for my tech license, finally, they addressed, those questions addressed all this. So I had to learn about how to program the radio. What's the offset, repeater, that type of thing. So that's why I encourage people, at least get your tech license. You know, exactly, Homer. It's a paperweight for people that don't know what this radio can do. This radio is capable of doing a lot of things, but if you don't know how to use it, exactly, Homer, it's going to be a paperweight. So that's why, when people say, and I would get those comments, oh, you need to get off the repeater and get your general. No, I'm not. I'm not in a hurry to get there. I have to be honest with you. I haven't been the last couple of weeks. I haven't even studied for it, and I need to get studying on it. But again, I'm still learning this, technician level. There's a lot. There's a lot to learn on the technician level. Don't feel like you have to be in a hurry to get a general because you want to do more HF stuff. No, there's a lot here that's fascinating. I'm telling you, I watch a lot of videos on these frequencies, and they're fascinating. They're not, they may not be out there and things like that, but for me, I like to learn, and I feel that it is fascinating. For me, it is, and I'm learning. I'm learning this radio. I'm learning. I'm learning every day. In no hurry, people. You get your tech license. Don't Elmer? Exactly, Elmer. There's no Elmer time. There's no hurry. I stayed at tech for 8 years and enjoyed every day with it. Exactly. There's no hurry. Because my mindset in the beginning was that, I'm gonna get the tech, and then a month and a half later, I'm getting it for the job. Now I'm rethinking that. I'm saying, you know what? I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. Just like the scanner. I'm hearing all these frequencies. I'm like, oh yeah, look, this is way, VHF, UHF stuff, and I'm like, you know, and then that movie reminded me about that. That I would be stuck on that tower, and like you just said, even if you have this radio, you don't know how to use it. But if you know how to use it, this radio will save your life. I would have been hitting this, boom, boom, repeater. Okay, let me try this repeater. Let me try this. Let me try this frequency, and let me try the space station. Let me try some satellite. But if you don't know all that, it's useless. So, have fun with it. Enjoy the hobby, but learn. There's no shame in that. No, it's not, there's no ego thing with this stuff. Okay, you're a tech. Oh, no. Like you said, he's a tech for 8 years. I can see myself being a tech for a few years. I don't think I don't think I'm gonna, I'm gonna try, but it's fascinating for me. It's still fascinating for me. It might be boring for some, because that stuff reminded me to learn this stuff, because it could save you. It could save your life. It could save you. It could save somebody else's life. So that's why I had to rethink about that. I said, wow, It's I thought about it, I said, man, if I would have had this, helmet time. People that bounce from class to class, taking the next test every month, they never learn anything real world hands. Exactly. And that's true. Exactly. Real world hands on. I'm learning, man. I'm learning so much stuff now. You know, like the Yesu. I'm shopping for a tuner now. I was looking for it last night. I'm trying to find I'm trying to find a good price for one. But I'm not rushing. I'm not rushing. You know, I'm gonna put the infed up in a couple of days. But I'm waiting for the weather to stay more sunny for a couple of days, and then I'll make the video. But I'm not rushing. I'm not rushing to, enjoy your hobby, but learn. That's the you gotta have fun learning. That's the fun part. It's not the destination, it's the journey. The journey is the fun part, not the destination. That's what I say. The fun part is the journey. Okay? Because the destination, once you get to the destination, I said, okay, that's it. No. You know, it's the journey. Learning. Enjoy learning. Enjoy. You know, there's no, don't. You got people here with egos. Some of these channels, I'm bothered with them because I see some too much egos. No, learn. But I encourage people to go get the tech, you know, because I got into this more. I had this ready for 4 years. I told you, didn't use it much. But when I got my tech license, now I'm learning how to use this radio. I'm comfortable with this radio. I'm learning to use it more and more. And I probably tapped not even 5% of the capabilities of this radio right now. I'm probably at a 5% level of tapping the capabilities of this radio. Maybe 5%. Okay? There's a lot you can do with these radios. A lot. And I tend to, and as I learn and I'm comfortable to show someone else, then I will make a video on that. So, you know, and that's another part. I like those. I like the building the antenna and the directional. That's another thing I would like to learn. Elmer time. I enjoy building directional VHF antennas and using them to contact space stations, satellites as a tech. Yeah, I know. I've seen those videos with the directional antenna pointing it to the satellite, and then they're talking. I said that looks cool. And you get out and you outdoors and you do stuff like that. That's cool. Yeah, I see myself doing those things. And eventually maybe even my son could be out there with me. Yeah, as we get older, he'll be out there with me. We'll go to a park because we'll go maybe I'll go upstate. We'll go to Bear Mountain Park up there, and we can do stuff like that. Or here in Yonkers, we have a park over here in Yonkers. We do stuff like that. You know, you gotta enjoy the hobby and make it fun, and and you learn. Very important that you learn. No matter how old you are. You say, oh, I have a brother and sister that are very like that. They're very ignorant. Unfortunately, they don't. Oh, I don't want to go to school to learn this. I don't want to do. So you know everything. I tell them, so you know everything, right? I said, it's nonsense. You know, I had to learn a new skill. I went back to school. I was a I was a jet engine mechanic. I had to learn to be a computer. What it was? Just a computer, just not even a programmer, basic programming. And guess what I had to do? I had to go back to school. I had to learn. That's what happened. I went back to school and learned. No shame in that. Even though I was already in my 30s, but Hey, hello, David. David's Radio Room. How's it going? And there's no shame in that. There's no shame in going back to school to learn anything or picking up a book and learn. No shame in that. But some people are like that. I have brothers like that. They're very it's like, oh, I don't want to go back to school. Learn. I don't want to learn on your skill. I don't want to learn. No. Learning for me is fun. I enjoy learning. I enjoy learning. Just like my other channel, when I did my Danny Finance, I got into cryptocurrency. I know some people might not agree with it. It's not only because of the currency, it's a blockchain technology behind it. It uses in many applications today, blockchain technology. And I'm learning about that. It's not about, I'm going to get into the next Bitcoin and make all this money. No, it's not about that. It's about the technology behind it. You know, it's learning. You know, no one here, even Elmer and David and they all are hams. They all started just like you and me. They started they were novice level or tech level ham. Before that, they were probably shortwave listener or CB radio. We all started from somewhere and we progress because they wanted to learn. They wanted to learn. Married to the extra, I learned more when I did courses after leaving school because I found them more relevant to what I want to learn. Exactly. Especially if you want to learn the subject, that's your motivation. You know. Fortunately, and I told you, I have I have an older brother, and sister. They're like that. They don't want to learn. My sister works as a security guard, and I pushed her many times. I told her, "Why don't you go back to school and learn? You know, this is years ago. Learn how to use Windows. Learn how to use." Oh, I don't want to learn computers. I don't want to learn computers. And then finally, 20 years later, they got to the point where even your resume now, when you want to submit your resume now, because they used to look at the newspapers and chat. I said, no, those days are over. You got to go to websites now if you want to look for a job. You got to go to Indeed, Monster.com. You got to do everything is online now. So finally, she gave in. She didn't even know how to make an email account. So I had to show her how to even create an email account. And this is recently. This is like 10 years ago. Because she was stuck in the Stone Age. Didn't want to learn. The ego. Oh, I don't want to learn. I don't want to learn anything new. I'm old. I'm already in my 40s. I shouldn't have to go back to learning a course. Oh my God. No. I told her, no. You need to, yeah, we get older. Doesn't mean we stay rigid. You have to learn. You have to keep up. You have to keep up. You can't stay rigid. No, you have to keep learning. Even the cars you drive today are not the same cars you drove 40 years ago or 50 years ago. They're not the same cars now. You know? Elmer time. Yes, I was a shortwave listener and then a CB as a kid. My Radio DXer. Not only is job searching online these days, but even more security jobs need people who are IT literate to operate equipment. Yeah, exactly. So my sister, my brother and sister, they were stuck in that mindset. I'm telling you, some people are like that. There's a lot of people like that. There was a lot of people that either they have the fear of technology, the phobia. I don't know what the hell it is, but I tell them, no. You need an email account just to register to one. You need an email account, you know. So finally, and then she found a job through Indeed. She found a job, you know. David's Radio Room. Oh, he's on Elmer Time. Okay, anyway, I'll read it. Although I love being a medium wave FMDXer. Okay. Yeah. So that's some people are very rigid. They don't want to learn. Is, and I look at them like, if you don't want to learn, you're not gonna. If you don't want to learn one, you're not gonna make money because some of it might involve why are you making this much money instead of this much money, and some of it is saving money. If you know this could save you this much money. You know, when I lived in the Bronx, I grew up. My oldest brother was the do-it-yourselfer. My oldest brother, he passed away. We got married, and she inherited this house. I had to be a do-it-yourselfer. I had to learn to be a do-it-yourselfer. Otherwise, it would have cost me a lot of money. I was not a do-it-yourselfer for a lot of things, but over time, I had to. As a homeowner, either you're do-it-yourselfer or you're gonna pay a lot of people a lot of money to do work for you, like contractors and all that. And some of them are not gonna. They're gonna charge you a fee. I mean, not a fee. Excuse me. They're gonna rip you off. That's what I meant to say. Sorry. So I had to learn. I took courses. I said, oh, I want to learn, residential electricity one. I went to school. I went to Boston Community College. I took electricity one. Before that, I had to take shop safety, shop math. They call it shop math. But I already knew all that because that's basic stuff. But still had to take that prerequisite before I could even take basic electricity one. I took that class. And I was residential electrical. Plus, I read books on it. I have books there on it. Time and life books that eh, you know, even though I'm not a licensed electrician, I can do everyday stuff that I don't have to, and it's code. I don't do stuff like, um, I'm very safe, and I'm also very meticulous with my work. I try not to do sloppy work and all that. I like to put a ceiling fan. I got to change this fixture. I change this fixture. I change this fixture. Make sure it's grounded. You know what I'm saying? All these things I do. So if I pay an electrician to do that, it will cost me a lot of money. A lot of money. They're not cheap. Same thing with the boiler. I had to change the relay. The board, it has relay. The board costs like $50. I changed it myself. Simple wiring. It's very simple wiring. I went on YouTube. I saw a couple of videos on it. Okay, I ordered the part from Amazon. I changed the board because the boiler used to be clicking. It used to do a clicking sound. And the symptom was that the relay is going bad. I bought the relay, put it in myself on the boiler. Shut down the main. I'm not the main. Shut down the boiler breaker. There's a boiler switch. You shut that down. So electrical wise, change the relay, power up the boiler, of course, and then of course the gas, and then fire up the boiler. Boom, no more clicking sound. Boiler works fine. That job, I know that job would have cost me a bundle. That would have cost me a bundle. That job, that little relay job, would have cost me a bundle. Another one, thermocouple. Thermocouple. The boiler was the pilot light. The pilot light was shut off. Pilot light was shut off. Why is the pilot light shutting off? I looked it up. The thermocouple has to be faulty. So they only last a few years. A thermocouple. It's a simple little copper thing that you connect it to the gas valve of the boiler. Again, I looked it up. I did my research, and then I said, you know what? I'm gonna install it myself. The part costs $10. Home Depot, $10. Thermocouple. Put it in there. Boom. That's it. Fire to the boiler. Works fine now. The pilot light doesn't shut off by itself. A thermocouple. These things you have to learn. You gotta learn. Otherwise, you have the mercy of people. You're paying people a lot of money to do jobs that you can really do. It's just a lot of people don't want to learn because you know what number one thing is? Laziness. People don't want to learn. A lot of people because they're lazy. They're lazy. They don't want to learn. They're lazy. That's it. Number one. Number one. Survey says, ding. Why people don't want to learn? What's his name? I forgot the old guy, the old host. The old host. Number one answer. Survey says, ding, laziness. People don't want to learn. Why people don't want to learn anything? It's laziness. Number two, bing, ego. Survey says, bing, right? Family Feud. Laziness. It's laziness. But it can save you a lot of money. It's not about making money. If you could save money, it could save you money. It could save you money. And you know what? It's satisfying. It's very satisfying to do something. And if you fix it, it works. And you didn't have to pay anybody. You did it yourself. You took the time, you did the research, and you learned it. You had a, that is satisfying. Very satisfying. Let me go down the chat. Sorry. Let me go down to Matt Ready Dixer. I agree that we have a generation of people who lack IT literacy and or don't want to move with the times these days. You are either IT literate or you don't get a job. Everything is now technology based, computer based thing. Everything, even cooking. Even if you go to McDonald's, the people that are in the back cooking, doing the French fries, everything is all digital. Everything is all beep 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 beep. That's it. This setting. We gotta put in this setting for this. For the chicken nuggets, you have to fry it at this temperature. That's it. And they'll alert you. You hear the beep. I hear them. You hear them beep in the back. Beep, beep. That means take out the food. It's telling you, take out the French fries out of the thing. Everything is. But some people don't want to learn. They don't want to learn. They're lazy. They're lazy. Number time. Let me see. Well, you directed that toward David. Okay, that's fine. Number time again. And sarcasm seems to be my other language once one gets to know me. LOL. Yeah. Well, and she dishes it to me too. My wife. We both sarcastic at each other. My son look at us. He's used to it. But other people that don't know us well, they were like, "Why you guys always?" I said, "That's the way we talk." Because sometimes I need a nudge. Sometimes, I go into a little rut, and she reminds me. She said, I said, okay. Sometimes she makes me feel like, what, and then I lights a fire under my, what, and then I start fixing things. Yeah. Matt Ready DX, if I want to order a burger at my local McDonald's, I have to use a touch screen before going to the counter. The old way, yeah, the kiosk. Yeah. Is that here too? We have that too. We have a kiosk. And you have to order right there, the kiosk now. Everything's like that now. You want to buy your train ticket? Kiosk. Touchscreen. You need a phone with the either the payment method. You can tap with the phone, or you still need to swipe with a card, but you still need a the kiosk, a lot of kiosk to order. Now, of course, not to cook the food yet. They don't have robots cooking the food. So you see about 5 or 6 people cooking the food back there, or 3 or 4 people, whatever it is. I think they're down to 3 people cooking back there now. They only have one person in the front sometimes, but she actually goes to the table now. Because when you order for the kiosk, you got to confirm it. They give you a number. You put it on the table. They come and bring you the food now. The McDonald's over here, they bring you the food now to the table if you want. Even if it's just to go. But yes, a lot of it's kiosk. You order for the kiosk, and then you get a number. Then when you put that receipt, that's your number. When they call that number, your food is ready. So, and a lot of people still are in that Stone Age. They're still in the Stone Age when it comes to, and that's McDonald's. I know Burger King does it too, to some degree. The McDonald's, not all of them. Well, all of them have a kiosk now. You don't have to talk to the woman. You don't have to talk to the person in the register. You just order it, and then you're gonna get the ticket with the number on it, and you wait for them to call your number, and your food is ready. But sometimes, what it was, I think the kiosk. I think something with. Oh no. Anyway, the kiosk does everything, and you pay through the kiosk. Uh, they do have a person walking around, but if you don't want to use the kiosk, you have to stand there and wait for the register, and then she'll come over and she'll say, "Okay, can I take your order?" But most of the time, they tell you, "No, go use the kiosk." Now, you know. But yeah, everything is like that. Now everything's getting like that, and but sarcasm. But a lot of people are like that. They're just lazy. I'm talking about, and it's not an age thing because I'm 56. And even if I was 86, I cannot see myself not keeping up with technology. I can't. But some people are like that. They don't want to deal with it. They just say, I don't want to deal with it. I don't care. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to learn it. Okay. I'm telling you, my brother, I grew up with a couple of them. Sarcasm is so. Yeah. Because my wife's job, she deals with people like that, with nurses that don't care. It's sad. We're talking about a hospital setting where some nurses don't really care. My wife is the opposite. My wife goes above and beyond her means to learn about. My wife she monitors. She's a monitor, what they call monitoring tech. So she monitors a bunch of patients' vital signs, and she has to read the rhythm. A normal and I learned this through her because I was thinking about becoming a they call it a telemetry technician. So I had to learn about what's a normal heart rate, what is AFib, what is VFib. I learned all that. I know what are the rhythms. What is Brady? What is Brady? What is it? Tachycardia. I had to learn all these rhythms, and you got to know how to recognize it because some of them they might, they might be, especially the worst case scenario is the asystole. Asystole is flatline, and this one that's below that one is only like 20 beats per minute. Then it goes down to 10 beats. That means you're gonna die. Your heart is about to stop. And if you're working in one of those places, you can't recognize that asystole. I pronounce it asystole. Even if real severe what is it? There's one that's like 200 beats a minute. If your heart is beating 200 beats a minute, you need immediate help. They got to send somebody in that room. It's like this, the pattern. It looks like a crazy pattern because your heart is not a normal heart rhythm. Is about 60 beats a minute. It has a what they call a Q, and then it has a one like that. It's like that. 60 beats a minute. That's a normal heart rate. Now, if it's 170 beats a minute, you need help. Okay, some people in there they can't recognize things like that because they don't want to learn those patterns. But they have nurses in there that don't care about those things. So my wife's job is she monitors that stuff, and she tells me because sometimes it could be well, most of the time when it's like that, it's real. You have to go in there and see what the hell's going on with this patient. And she has a fight with people every day about because some nurses are lazy. They're lazy. I know because when she comes home, we talk about stuff like how was her job, how was her work day today. She'll sit down and tell me. Lazy, and I can say I know a few of them. I can see some of them. I can tell that some of them don't walk the rounds. they're a little too big to be walking rounds. Because you're supposed to make your rounds. You're supposed to walk. Oh, Elmer, you funny. Yeah, so I'm telling you, this is every profession. You're always gonna have people that don't care about their profession. They're in there for a paycheck. They don't want to learn all that stuff. My wife she knows. When my wife was giving birth to my son, she was reading the pattern to one of the nurses. She was like, "No, it looks normal." Da, 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 da. And then I think with my son, because there was something going on with my son, his heart rate was dropping a little. The nurse wound up asking, "Are you a cardiologist?" She said, "No, I just study. I can look at a pattern. I know what's going on with this person." Like she knows this person is by reading the pattern. You read the pattern. They call it EKG. That is the EKG is your pattern. They monitor how your heart rate is on a prolonged period of time. Do you see there's any abnormalities? Well, because there's people that need a pacemaker because sometimes they'll have a heartbeat and suddenly they'll don't for like 10 seconds they don't have a heartbeat. Um, and those are people that need a pacemaker. So you have to monitor certain people. So my wife knows all that. And there's people around her that say, "Oh, you should be a cardiologist." Oh my God, yeah. No, there's something you're supposed to know with your monitoring. And I feel like a lot of people that go to these hospitals, I don't want to say neglect, but there's some nurses out there that they shouldn't be doing what they're doing. They shouldn't, because some of them are in it for a paycheck and that's it. They don't really pay attention to the patient. I'm telling you. Danny, tech. Oh no, Danny. Okay. Tech has nothing to do with age. I seen some young people on tech forums and some in the comments. And I was like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I wanted to learn. Elmer, super cali fragile expediadocious. I don't know. I guess that's how you pronounce it. Elmer time. Mine is monitored by revolutions per minute. My air fuel mixture screws need adjustment every now and then. Okay. I don't know what that means, but okay. Um, I don't know. I don't know what that means. Unless you have an artificial heart or something, I don't know what that means. But yeah, so learning is everywhere. Learning is about, but there's some people that don't want to learn there, even if it's something critical, you know, you know. And my wife, she's a telemetry technician, and she will monitor. And she knows she before even the nurse gets, she'll tell her, "Look, you need to go in there. You need to go in there before this becomes cold blue. Go check her. Go. You know, go." And some of them are lazy. They don't want to go in the room. They don't want to go in the room or whatever. They're too busy on their phone by the the area on the phone instead of what do you call it. It's sad. Eh. It's crazy. I ready to exit BRB. Okay, be right back. Actually, let me I'll be right back. Just give me a minute. I'm gonna check on the freezer. I have to change that. Put the this over here. All right. Okay, let me go. Someone at the door. Okay, everybody got to go somewhere for a second. Okay, that's fine. No, I just had I had some beer in the freezer, and I didn't want it to freeze. I'm gonna have a couple of beers tonight, and oh, which account can that be? Oh, this is interesting. YouTube handle. Let me see if that's for this account. Let me check my Gmail. Let me see which account is that. Oh, it's still not for this account. Okay, so yeah, so it doesn't. So YouTube handle is it's not on this account yet, but you could do like youtube.com/ then you put the @ and you pick a name. And that could be your YouTube URL. Especially if the name is available, you can just take that name. So for this account, I don't have it yet, the handle. But it's probably going to be youtube.com youtube.com/ Danny Shortwave, whatever, Radio DX. I can just take that. I already have the URL anyway. So for those of you that are that want to give a different name to your YouTube URL, if YouTube sends you a notification for the YouTube handles, and plus you can use the @ and the name you want to pick for your channel to mention people. Like if you want to mention, if you want to mention, for example, like if I want to mention, for example, like Elmer Time, if Elmer Time picks that name at Elmer Time, whatever, I can just put at Elmer Time on a comment, and you'll get the notification, and it'll link to your channel. So they're coming out with this YouTube handles, because I've been getting the notifications the last few days. So I'm waiting for this channel to get it approved for this one, and then I'm going to pick a name for it. Of course, Shortwave is already gone. YouTube channel.com/ @Shortwave is already taken. I don't know who took it. I could take like Shortwave from random number. Shortwave 250 something. Plus, I don't want it to be short. I'm going to pick something else. Because Danny Shortwave and Radio DX is kind of a little long. So I want to get a shorter one for that. And let me see right now what I'm getting. Another notification. Oh, this is just forget it. Yeah. So the YouTube handle, for those of you that have a YouTube channel, that's another way of getting another YouTube URL that could be shorter, and you can use that one to promote it. So, but you'll get the notification when if you have a channel, you'll get the notification when you can do it, because you could pick your own name, or if you already have a channel, they could suggest one for you, and they could take that one. Like Danny Finance is it's not Danny Finance, actually. Danny is Dan the one. I don't know if I want to put Danny Finance, because the reason why I don't want to do that is because I may change that channel one day in the future. That is my original channel for YouTube. Is that one, the Danny Finance channel? That's the original account for this YouTube. Because with one YouTube account, you can make a bunch of channels. You know that, right? So even if you have one YouTube account, you can make multiple channels on that account. So that's the original account for this YouTube account, is that channel. youtube.com/user/Dan the one. I created that account back in 2008 or 2007. I forget what it was. I will have to go back to that channel and see when that channel was created. Let me go check. Because YouTube now, they give you some crazy URL with some gobbledygook. And once you get 100 subscribers, then you could rename it to whatever you want to call it. That's how it is. That's how it is. So I started my original YouTube account in 2006. So my original YouTube account for this one is September 7, 2006. That's when I first started on YouTube. In that account. And then I created this account in 2016. I did that Danny Shortwave and Radio DX. That's a sub account of that account. So that account, I already have a unique URL. It's called youtube.com/c/Dan1. But I could rename that one to if I want to, but I don't want to. I want to keep that Dan1 name because that's something that I had since my teens. That was my original my graffiti street name. So I wanted to keep that for something. And now I think a band owns that. There's that one man band that has that name, Dan the One. Anyway, so yeah. But if you guys have a channel and they're gonna send that, they're sending the notice out already. Is YouTube handles, so you can rename. Like for example, Married DX, right? You could say youtube.com/ call it whatever you want to call it, and that's it. That's your new URL for that. Because right now you get a URL like with letters, numbers and letters. It looks kind of cryptic. It's kind of long. So you could shorten it and make it more. And then you can put it in the search engine and you give out the URL. You start giving up that youtube.com/channel/ all these letters and numbers, whatever it is, gobbledygook. You can just say whatever your channel is. That's it. It's just an easier way to And if they have your name, your channel name, you can use that as part of the URL. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Yeah. So right now I've been on for 3 hours and 48 minutes. At 7:47 p.m. I'm gonna wait a few more and then let's see. So that was one of my I wanted to talk to Keegan, but he's not in. He's not here right now. About the Talking House radio. Because I had issues with it. I fired it up yesterday. I turned on my Talking House AM transmitter and I found something that I did not like. And this is a big deal for me. And one is the problem with the FM is the FM. The problem with the Talking House is this one right here. Let me show you. Let me just show you a picture of it right here, real quick. This one, right? This is an AM transmitter. It's called the IAM Talking House. It's an AM radio transmitter. You can transmit from 530 kilohertz all the way up to 1700 kilohertz. The whole AM band. I can broadcast. That one broadcast at 100 milliwatts. Okay, 100 milliwatts. I'm gonna have to try another option. See, because there's two ways you can connect. It comes with a long wire that it's internal. You can hook it up internally and use that one, or you could switch it to an external antenna. It has a coax connector, and you can hook it up to an external antenna outside. The problem is that I don't have an antenna outside that I can dedicate this to, because I'm gonna have to do the outdoor antenna option. Because when I did the internal antenna option, I got a lot of noise inside here. My AM radio, it was humming. It was like, So transmitting with the internal antenna is a bad move. I can't do it. So that's a deal breaker. So that's what happened, I think, before when I tried using this. David's radio room. I heard one of those talking house transmitter at a house for sale. I built my own AM transmitter once. Okay. Yeah, so this has the option. You could record. You could use that option. You could put two messages. They loop. You could pick one of the two messages to loop. It has a built-in microphone. You could record like what you said that because that's what they use this for. This is designed for churches, real estate, maybe like some kind of little event, and you want people to tune in on that and they can hear whatever. But you could also use this for, if you want to do your own little radio station. The problem is that the problem is that I enjoy medium wave listening a lot. And the problem is with this receiver, well, a transmitter, excuse me. When I set it up for this frequency, doesn't matter. My whole medium wave band was humming. So that wire is interfering with everything, with all my AM listening. I can't have that. So my next option is I'm gonna have to do an external antenna. And I'm glad Keegan is on now. And what's going on, Keegan? Hello, good evening, Danny, and all. Keegan from Northwest Arkansas. And I know you have one. So when you use yours, do you use an outdoor antenna? Because I think that's the only option I'm gonna have. I can't do an indoor antenna. I can't use that indoor wire. It's too much noise. It's killing my AM band. I can't do it. Because I was wondering, why is this humming so much? Why is it humming? Oh, you have the indoor one. Now, the next option is I will have to put that away from the house. So if I'm going to use this transmitter, I will have to do it in the garage. Because I don't want that interfering with, well, it's not even range. It's causing a lot of interfering. It's interfering with my AM band. It's listening. I can't. If I have that on all the time, I can't listen to AM. Because I'll just get I'll get the hum all throughout the band. I can hear it. It's awful. I can't. I could make, I'll make a video on it and I'll show you guys. But because I thought that maybe it was the servers going on, but it wasn't the servers. It was the transmitter. It killed my AM band in terms of listening. Because I guess it's because it's close proximity to my radio listening. I can't have that. So maybe I need to put this transmitter in the garage. And hopefully that'll take care of that. If not, then I have to look maybe at an outdoor antenna option. Or I cannot use this one. I cannot use this transmitter. Because I need to listen to my own, there's no one. How am I gonna broadcast and I can't listen to my own? And I tested it out. I used I hooked it up with this. Where's the power button for this thing? Where is the okay, sorry. Oh, there's an old iPod Touch. So I have music in here. I hooked this up to the thing, and I said, let me play some. Let it play some songs, and I tuned it to. I tried a couple of frequencies. I had it first tuned to 1620. I heard it fine. Why am I holding this up? It was the radio. 1620. I tuned it was fine. It sounded fine, but it was like bad. So I had to move the radio around, and I finally got a little bit, and the noise went away. But it was all like that to the rest of the band. So I know it's the transmitter that's causing the interference. I think because the transmitter is next to, because I don't know if you got your transmitter and you listen to medium wave at the same time. It's right there. Because maybe I had to put the transmitter in another place. I would like the transmitter to be here, but if it's going to cause that, I can't use it. Or look for another transmitter, a different type. So let me read some of the Let me see. Keegan DXer. I have considered outdoor antenna for more range. Okay. Davis Radio. The filtering must be not so good on that transmitter. It could be that. It could be that too. And maybe a mod could improve the filtering. Maybe. I saw something like that too. Maybe it could be a mod. Keegan DXer, some kind of adjustment. David's radio room. I have a small FM transmitter that's around here somewhere. Okay. Yeah, but this is AM, so I really want to do the AM thing. But if it's to the point where it's gonna I'm not gonna sacrifice my medium wave DX thing because I want to transmit AM. No, it's not gonna happen. So I just can't use it. It's unusable for me unless I could see maybe I could maybe I could put it in the garage. It's detached garage, so it's another building. Put it there because if I could set up the radio station there, I don't mind. But right now, the way it is here in this rack, and no, it's not gonna work with the internal antenna. No. So my next option is the outdoor antenna. So now I have I have 75 ohm because it uses the 75 ohm wire, whatever. But I seen people use a 102-inch. I saw some YouTuber, he used a 102-inch CB whip, which I have. That's the one I have there, 102-inch CB whip. He uses that one and he gets out far and doesn't have an issue. I don't want to use that whip for this, but I'm going to try the outdoor option next. But that's going to have to wait. But before I do that, I may take this to the garage and just try it there, and I'll come over here and listen. And if I don't get the hum on the other stations, then that's fine. But yeah, the noise is very bad. It's really pronounced. So I can't have that. So, oh, Mary Ready Dixie, you're back. Oh, cool. Thank you for stopping by back. And yeah, I'm gonna be on for a bit longer. I'm about to hit 4 hours. Keegan DX, sir. I operate my transmitter on 670 most of the time, even at night with WSCR Chicago on the same frequency. Consider moving to 560 to avoid interference with W. Yeah. All right, Elmer. Take care. Thank you for stopping by. And I'll see you on Tuesday. I'll be back on Tuesday. Elmer time. I got company. Okay, so take care, Elmer. And enjoy tomorrow Friday. Enjoy, have a good weekend, and I'll see you on Tuesday. Keegan DX, sir. When I was on 910 once, I heard a high pitched tone on 890 when listening to WLS in Chicago. Probably it must be at 930. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So I tried orienting the wire here and there, but I'm getting the same thing. It's not feedback, it's just noise. And I know even though it's only 100 milliwatt, it's interfering with my radios, especially some of my other radios. Especially my little portables. My little portables. Yeah, it's really significant. Yeah, it's generated by the transmitter. Yeah. Elmer time. SSB DXer contest this weekend on HF. Okay, I'm gonna look into that. The high pitched tone was generated by the transmitter, 20 kilohertz. Yeah, because it was really bad. Because I wanted to try here, but I'm gonna look at options. I could even put it in the boiler room, but I do listening in there too, so I don't want to put it there. I think the only I put it on the second floor, but I don't want to put it on the second floor because sometimes I listen to medium wave up there. And my brother also listens to AM radio a lot. He listens to talk shows. He listens to talk radio all the time. my brother Harry in the second floor. So he listens to a lot of WABC, and I believe he listens to a lot. I know WABC he listens to a lot, and WOR sometimes he listens to. So I don't want to put it up there and mess with all that. So I'm gonna look at this option in the garage first with the wire, with the included wire. Also, I know the grounding is an issue. I think this outlet, I think this outlet is, maybe I might try another outlet. I believe this outlet is the one that's kind of for this radio. I think it's not a good option. I mean, for the transmit, I'm gonna try different places before I rule it out completely for indoor wire. Then I'm gonna have to go with an outdoor option. I don't think that's gonna improve much because it could be because I didn't look into that and I just thought about that, the grounding issue. Maybe this outlet is, because I know the plug has a ground thing and it has to be grounded. Otherwise, because it is the transmitting, the quality of the transmitting is contingent upon how well the outlet is grounded. That I know because that's kind of part of the circuit. In order for to be optimal in transmitting, you don't get the hum. Because I read that too, that it could be this particular outlet. Because I think this particular outlet has issues. So speaking of wiring, I'm gonna have to rewire this outlet at one point. Because I think this outlet is not properly grounded. That's what it is, I think. If I remember correctly from, I'll show you. I'll be right back. Let me bring the yeah. All right, so let me go back and show you. Yeah, so because a few years ago I bought a AC ground wire kit. It's right here. See that bag? I made a video on that a few years ago. And one thing you have to do before you even try that kit, you need one of these. You need to test it. This is what you use to test it. You plug this in your outlet, and these lights indicate if it's properly grounded, if it's reverse polarity, if it's this kit, this little tester will tell you all that. So I need to plug it. I think I tried it here. I think if I remember now, that one is not properly grounded. So I need to unplug that. I'm going to test it with this. I think that might be the culprit. Is the outlet is not properly grounded. Okay. So let me focus there. So I'm gonna test that outlet with this one and see if that's the issue. And then I'm gonna find an outlet that's properly grounded, and maybe the AM transmitter, I don't get that hum anymore. Because I can't use the AM transmitter here. In that outlet, I can't, because I think the issue is the grounding on that outlet. Okay? I'm trying to see focus there. Come on, focus. There you go. So this is the tester. You plug this in according to the chart, whichever one lights up, it'll tell you if it's grounded properly or if it's not grounded or if it's wired reverse polarity or whatever. Because when I bought this kit, the AC ground wire kit, you need to test your outlet. It has to be properly grounded for users to use this. Otherwise, you could damage your radio. not damage it. You can get hurt. Although I don't really recommend this anymore. I did a video on this. I got some flack for this kit. How could you put that? People could. No, I used it. It worked. The video showed it. It worked fine. The grounding, my shortwave signal went from here to here, and it was for portable. And I did it on the portable. This is not meant for portables. These are meant for older radios like this. But one thing you have to do before you use that, you have to make sure that your outlet is properly grounded. And this is what you use to test it. Okay? So I'm gonna do that on this one because I think that's why this AM transmitter is not I'm getting that hum. Hello, TV Radio 1972, Michael from New Jersey. How's it going? And good, glad you're here, and welcome to the chat. Yeah, so let me go back to kicking the extra. Now, since I reduced my broadcast schedule in September down to 4 hours a week, 2 hours on Thursday, and okay. Are you running a transmitter 24/7? Because that's another thing. If I'm not gonna run my, I'm thinking about almost 24/7, kind of, but maybe I may not have to. But anyway, I can't use it anyway because even if I want to use a radio here, I'm getting so I need to figure that out. So I think it's either the grounding issue with this outlet, because I know that the transformer. Okay, so you don't do 24/7 no more, right? At one point, okay, yeah, because it doesn't make sense 24/7. I don't want to be 24/7, but I want to have it at least for a few hours. No, I haven't checked it, but because I saw your video. I saw your video on it. I know that. I know WNYL, right? WNYL 92.3. Yeah. Yeah, because I know they started using that station as a no. So save ready. No, I haven't, but I could check it out. Not since then. Okay, so you don't run it 24 hours. Okay, 24/7. Okay. Yep, it used to be WNYL. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna look into that because I'm leaning toward even if I do it, even though of course I don't think now that I know that you don't, because I wanted to know what you did first before I decide what I want to do next. So I may do. I need to test it here first because I think when I did this back then, I think the issue was that I think that one is not properly grounded. So I'm gonna have to fix that issue first. But I don't need to use it. I can move the transmitter is just there because it's there, but I can put the transmitter anywhere. As long as the outlet is grounded properly, and I don't get it because I ran it before. I remember, and it wasn't this bad. I think I used another outlet and it worked fine. It's been a few years since I used it. I tested it because I tested it when I first bought it. I bought the AM transmitter. I never made a video on it, but I think I bought this. I want to say 4 years ago, right? 4 years ago, I bought it. And when I bought it, I tested it out, and that was it. I tested it out. I hooked it up to my phone. I played a couple of, I think I hooked it up with Spotify. It was playing Spotify, and I said, let me test it out, and it worked, and that's it. And I never used it again. So now I want to use it, but so I'm going to look into what's causing that issue. I got everything out here today. It's a long show, 4 hours and 10 minutes. Now, this is going to be a long one. But anyway, because I'm not going to be until Tuesday. King and DXer, I heard WNYL New York alt 92.3 on June 18, 2020 via eSkip here in Northwest Arkansas. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So now that's going to be 1010 wins FM. And is that a TV radio? Is that HD? RDS HD? Or HD only? Or, I need to hook up this. 'Cause I don't have any here. Only that radio in. Because I was thinking about taking the Grundig 800 out of here and put that HD tuner here with a pair of computer speakers. Yes, it's on. Okay, so it's HD. Okay, 92 HD1. Okay, HD1. Okay, so if you can Keegan, if you pick it up, you're gonna get the RDS HD radio, and then I have this HD radio. What's the other one that I have? Yeah, I put it in. I have this one. Yeah, I need to hook up the batteries and use this one. This is the one I have. TV radio. This is the Insignia. HD is FM only though. So I'll do a band scan with this one. I'm gonna clean it up, and I think I'm gonna do a band scan with this one. And this one uses four AA batteries. It has auxiliary input. This one has auxiliary input, HD radio, RDS, and it's like a tabletop portable. It looks like a portable. There's no handle. And you got the antenna right here. You got an auxiliary jack. And it's stereo. It has two speakers. You got two speakers. It's stereo. You can see the speakers. So it's a stereo. I forgot how much I paid for this radio. This is that's the model number right there. Insignia. Okay, focus. There you go. That's the model number for this one. Okay. So 5.9 volts. The plug is around there, but anyway, batteries. I think this didn't come with the power. I don't know if it did. I have to check. So I'll probably do a band scan with this one, and then I'll put that. I haven't done one in a long time. I haven't done this radio. I forgot how much I paid. It was like $20 or something. It's cool. It's a nice little radio. So I'll do a band scan with something like that. Yeah. So I'm gonna do a band scan with that radio and go through all the But I'm gonna have to have that radio. Anyway, I'm in the basement. Probably, maybe I'll do it outside or in the kitchen. I can do it in the kitchen. Got big windows. I could put it right next to the kitchen and the table, and I'll do it right there with the extended whip antenna. I'll do it like that. Keegan DX. I'll try the New Winds New York 92.3 via Escape in 2023. Yeah. Yeah, because I think you. Yeah, I remember you had. I think you had the radio same. Because when I bought this, I looked it up, and I think you was the only. I think you was the only channel that featured this radio. There might have been another channel, but I think it was. I think it was your channel. I think that's how I found your channel, if I remember. Because this was a few years. I had this radio for about 3 years. 4 years. So I think that's how I found your channel. Was this radio? Yeah, I think it was. And yeah, I think that so I think that's what it was. If I remember. Yeah, TV radio. Yeah, okay. So TV radio 1972. I used to have that HD, but the antenna got loose and it completely came off. Okay, radio. Okay, so you had that radio. Okay. Yeah, because I remember when I bought this radio, I looked, I did it, I Googled, YouTube. I looked, I said, let me see who has this radio. And I think your channel was the one that featured this radio. And then I went up subbing to your channel, and I said, okay, this is cool. Because I saw your channel. I said, oh my, it's AMDX FM. But yeah, I think it was that radio that I found it in your channel. because I haven't done a band. I only made a video on that radio when I bought it. That was it. I never made any other video on it. So I need to do some band scan with this radio, FM band scan, and then maybe in FMDX next season, I can use that radio too. I can have that radio set up or something. Kicking the extra, I have the Sangean HDR14 HD radio after watching Jill's review of the radio in November 2020. Good radio. Okay. David's radio room. I have one of. Oh, you have this one too? Which one? This one? Or some other one? I don't know. But yeah, so TV radio 1972. Somehow the Insignia tabletop HD radio has something broken or not working properly after a few years. Okay. Okay. Yeah, because there was not much information about this radio out there, other than I think you posted it. My Pocket Insignia HD pocket, my Pocket Insignia HD pocket radio still works. Okay, so Insignia. So Ubiquity makes this. This is they make TVs too, right? Insignia. Oh yeah, they make the TV. They had that TV. I was gonna buy that TV. They had a TV that was a Fire TV. Insignia makes it. Oh yeah, it was cheap too. It was a TV. I was gonna buy that TV. Okay, so Insignia makes quite a few because I never heard of the brand. Insignia. It sounds familiar from something else. Is it IKEA? No, right? Because I don't recognize IKEA. Yeah, I know there's a TV. They make I know there's a TV. I've seen the TV. Cause now I'm looking at because I forgot this is Insignia. And then I'm reading and the company is under Ubiquity. HD radios. Oh, no, that's no, never mind. I'm reading something else. Ubiquity is the HD radio logo stuff, the license. That's never mind. Oh, Best Buy. There you go. Bingo. It was one of those. I don't buy that no more. Yeah, Best Buy. They make other stuff too. Oh yeah, Best Buy. Yeah, you know what? Thank you. Now, yeah, Best Buy. So it's Best Buy. No wonder. Best Buy. Okay. So the TV, because I first heard about the TV. I first heard about that brand a few years ago because I was one of those people that one time I wanted to do the Black Friday thing. I don't know what possessed me. For 1 year, I said, let me do the Black Friday thing. I didn't wait out there. I went when they opened. I was out. And there was a TV that was on sale for nothing. It was Insignia. And I was like, I didn't buy it. But then I saw it recently on Amazon. And it was a Fire TV Insignia. It was a 42-inch TV. And it was for like $199. $199 for a 42-inch Fire Amazon Fire TV. $199. And I didn't buy it. I should have bought it. And it got sold out like that. If I see it again, I may buy it. I may buy it. I may not buy it. Because I use Fire Sticks, Amazon Fire Sticks a lot. But anyway, now I have a 55-inch over there. That was before I bought that one. Yeah, so okay, so it's Best Buy. Okay, yeah. Best Buy. Now I remember now. Best Buy. Yeah. Best Buy. Okay. So let me go down here. I'm considering doing videos on a Sangean HD. Yeah, I'm gonna start doing on my Sangean HD tuner, but I want to have a permanent spot for it because that one I want to hook up my FM. I want to hook up my outdoor FM antenna. My FM. So I want to hook that up to the HD receiver or have a splitter and hook that one to, and then the other one I could use it for my portable, for the Eton, my Grundig. If I want to do some FM DX. Because I know my radio DXer use this radio. I mean, he uses this antenna for FM DX. Even though it's omnidirectional, he did some good. He said he picked up good associations with this. You know, it's not directional, it's omnidirectional, but like $20. $20. I think it was around 20, under $25, I think it was. When I bought that antenna, I bought it from eBay. I think it was eBay. FM loop. Well, it's not really a loop, it's a dipole. They call it FM loop, but it's a dipole. If you look at it, it's folded as a loop, but it's a dipole. See? You got your balance here, transformer, one end, and it kind of stops right here. That's just a piece of plastic. It's a spacer, but it's right here. So it's kind of a folded dipole, right? A folded dipole. As you can see, it's a folded dipole. Yeah, Bobby. Yeah, I found a few of them. I got about 5 TVs that I found in the trash over the last few years. And TVs. I'm talking about LCD TVs, flat screens. CRT, I found one. A computer monitor, I found one. And I could have bring more, but I didn't want. Some of them were too heavy. Some of them were too, whatever reason. So let me go back up here. I have the Insignia. I believe they make TV. TV ready. So okay. Yeah, they also make the converter box. That's where I remember that too, Keegan. I have the Insignia digital TV converter box from 2007. Since 2017, I got it from a handful. Yeah, so I know they make. That's another thing they make, the converter box. The TV tuner converter box. And Keegan DXer, I have a Insignia 20-inch color TV, built-in DVD, not working. From 2005 to 2018 or so, my dad found that on the road and brought it in. Okay, CRT, trash, fine. Okay. And Bobby, now these are you can find a TV on the roadside. You get it, plugged it up, and it doesn't. Yeah. Yeah, I found a few of them. I found this computer right here is a trash can. Fine. The computer that's streaming right now is a trash can. Yeah, you find stuff. So I found that computer. I found a few computers. My wife brought a couple of computers from her job. My brother, when he was living here, he brought a few. I have a TV here with a built-in DVD player right here. The brand, what is the brand called? True Tech. It's a what is it? It looks like a 17-inch wide screen, little 17-inch with a DVD player built in. That's a trash can find right there. And it works. It's just the tuner, the TV tuner in that one is kind of it's crappy. Even if I hook it up to strong antenna, I think the tuner's going bad on that one. But it has a PC input in the back. I'll still hook it up to a computer if I need a monitor for that. I have a few of them. There's no shortage of screens I have. There's no shortage of that. Yeah. So I'm definitely going to look into that for the AM transmitter because I want to fix that. I want to be able to use that. Otherwise, well, anyway, I think that's what I think. It's just this outlet. I think if I move it somewhere else, I think it because it was really bad. The humming. It was a constant humming thing. Really bad. Yeah. So, but I'm gonna test it. I'm gonna plug it in, test it. But I think I remember that this one is not grounded properly. I think this is the only outlet in this. I don't. It's not going. Something wrong with the grounding on this one because I didn't use this outlet much until I hooked up the server rack, and I have that hooked up to the server rack, and it hasn't affected the noise. But I think the transmitter it can't work on this one. It's not gonna work. Yeah, master player radio television plus Bobby. I can handle if the computer once had Windows 7 or 8, but who may want to in yeah. I find some of those. I have one in the garage, but I found it, but it's dirty. That one is a Pentium. It's a Pentium. What is it? I think it's a dual core, something like that. And I think that one had Windows XP. I mean, unless you're retro gaming, you want to do like a video retro gaming PC restoration. That's about it. Because I have I got old computers here that I but yeah. Who may want to only people that want to do either retro gaming or restoration type video. Yeah, about it. Or in my case, when I set up this AM transmitter, I'm gonna have a computer run Windows XP. That's what I'm gonna use. But it's not gonna be connected online. It's just Windows XP because I want to put Winamp on it. I want to put all the programs on it. That's it. It's just to play music or to play because I have an old netbook I want to use. And if I try to use Windows 7, I think Windows 7 is too much. Originally, it was installed with Windows 7. It's a netbook. It had Windows 7 on it. It's right here. The netbook is right here. It's an Acer One Inspire. It's a small netbook. Atom processor, 2 gigs of RAM. But I will put Windows XP on that one only because I don't plan to ever upgrade it. I just wanted to run Winamp. It's not going to be online. Pretty much, it's not going to be online at all, and it's just going to run Winamp just to play music. That's it. But of course, I'm looking into now the other stuff, the internet radio stuff. But I don't know, Bobby. That's your expertise, internet radio. You should do videos on that. You know what? You should do videos on that. How to set up an internet radio station. 2022. Because I don't know what you use for internet streaming. Um, you know, so you want to set up your own internet. I know a few people that do internet radio station. Um, if I ever wanted to do something, I was looking into podcasting on Spotify. That's what I would look at. That's what I was going to look into. But that's not internet radio. That's just podcasts. They just download or listen to it. That's why I'm more into. I'm more into maybe do a podcast, even if it's weekly, a weekly podcast or something. I will look into that, but not radio. Radio, I just wanted to do this transmit and see, just to it's more like a tinker, like a tinkering thing, you know. Can Keegan the extra, the TV's housing took some impact after being dropped off. Literally dropped off by someone who may have been frustrated over the DVD player being jammed, decided to have fun with it. Oh, okay. So it's beaten up. You got a beating. Keegan the extra, I kept it in the back room since the height is a little too large for my primary TV corner. Okay. Yeah, I have Jill's I'm subscribed to his tech channel. Or tech channels, because he has a few older ones too. He has a few older ones. Yeah, I know I got that one and I got a few. Because I'm thinking about doing of course I got my tech channel, I want to start on it. I'm trying to finalize my setup here. And that's why the AM transmitter was gonna be my final setup. Because when I make the video on this, I'm gonna go through every component here of this. And I'm not gonna change it for a while. So before I do this video, I have to make sure everything here is working. Whatever's installed on it is running fine. And then, and then I'll make the video. I was gonna do it this weekend, but then I said, let me tinker around with the AM transmitter, and boom. That's when I had the issue. And then, and of course, now that I have this desktop here, it's been for 2 weeks now. I'm streaming with this desktop since I ditched the laptop, and so far so good. So I think this is going to be my setup for the immediate future and so on. Desktop here, I got 2 screens here, and that's what I'm going to set up. My laptop, I took it to the boiler room. I'm going to clean. I need to back up some stuff on it, and I'm going to wipe it. I'm going to put a clean install on it because it's been, that laptop has been running for years. So I'm going to do a clean install, and I'm just going to put a few apps in there that I want to use regularly, and that's it. It's still a good laptop. It's just I can't use it for this channel. I can't use it for streaming. I can use it for SDR listening and for other things, but for streaming here, I can't. It's not reliable anymore in terms of, And I got to clean it because I can hear the fan blowing in there. So I'm going to have to open it up, blow some air, and then clean it. And all right. So I think I'm going to go log out now because it's 4 hours and 33 minutes I've been on. And yeah, it's a long show, 4 hours and 33 minutes. And I just want to say thank you everybody for stopping by and participating in the chat. I'll be back on Tuesday, 4 p.m. Eastern. On Tuesdays and Thursdays. I'm working on that too, where maybe before I come on, I will send people an alert. I will send a master. But right now, most people in here are not subscribed to my Facebook like page, and I'm gonna do something with that too. I'm thinking about making a small group, instead of a like page. So that way you guys can post in there too, and maybe use that to discuss. So I'm looking into doing a group instead of having a like page, have a dedicated group page on this channel. And that way, I know, here we go, another group we got to subscribe to. No, but if you want to, I'm not, but again, even if you subscribe to my channel, hit the bell notification icon because that does help. You do get the alert on that. And I just try to be punctual, but things come up. Today I was on time. I was here, and I was gonna send out the I'll be on another 10 minutes, and but in a last minute thing, I had to check over and over a few more things. So again, I'm still new. I'm still new to this streaming thing, and I'm having fun with it. This is now my 22nd stream. Stream number 22 in the books. And so this time next year, who knows? I'll probably be in the hundreds or something like that. But anyway, I want to thank you guys. Thank you guys for being here, because without you guys, I'll be just talking to myself. And you guys, So thank you, everybody. And I'll see all you guys on Saturday on his chat. However, if he does cancel on Saturday, I'm not gonna rule it out. But if he does cancel on Saturday, because I know he's having issues with this whole thing with it, I may pop in. If he does, it's contingent upon what he wants to do on Saturday. Because I don't have anything planned on Saturday. But otherwise I'll see you guys in the chat. All right. So take care. And 73 to all. And thank you for everybody. Thank you, 1972. Thank you, David. Radio Room. Thank you, Marity DXer, Keegan DXer. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you, Elmer, earlier. DJ Mota. Thank you. I'm trying to call a rattle out all the names that were here that I spoke to today. Keegan DXer. Theo. Theo was the first one here today. Theo. Thank you. And Brian. Mount Vernon. Anyway, I'm rattling on now. But thank you, everybody. And thank you for you watching. Thank you for the likes. And see me on the replay. Subscribe to my channel if you haven't. Hit the bell notification icon. That really helps. And I'll see you soon. I'll see you Tuesday, but I may be on Saturday. Take care. Bye-bye.